There were already a large number of students gathered in the arena. The first row was fully occupied by the members of the Shen gang. Each of them crossed their arms over their chests, and their bodies emanated powerful auras that kept anyone from getting close. The tactic they used was to overawe the opponent before the match had even begun, and strike fear into his heart. But to their disappointment, even though they had emanated their auras for half a day, Xianxia was nowhere in sight. They were all tired and sweaty, and could not hold on any longer. Is that brat coming or not? I won't be surprised if he's not. Losing his honor is better than losing his life. The crowd was discussing among themselves, and some were cursing Xianxia in their hearts for deceiving them. Lan Xian's face was also a little blue as he sat there in the arena listening to the clamor around him. In the end, he simply closed his eyes and waited. Fatty, do you think Xianxia will come? Wuxia had butterflies in her stomach. A part of her hoped that he would come, but the other part thought otherwise. I don't know. I've not seen him for days. Could it be that he has fled? Han Bai said as he suddenly thought of this possibility. Changjin froze for a moment, then shook his head and said, Absolutely impossible. If so, then he is not worthy of being the heir of the Li family, much less worthy for us to follow. A man can die on his knees, but not live with shame. Those words agitated Wuxia as she said angrily, What are you talking about? Don't you have anything nicer to say? Look, that piece of trash is here. Just as everyone was getting impatient, a voice rang out. The crowd quickly turned their heads and then saw beneath the statue of the martial sovereign Gu Feiyang there stood a figure in green clothes, who was completely enveloped in the light of the rising sun. He had a carefree look as if he was going for an outing, and he was even humming a little tune. Wow! He did show up. A hero! Ha! What a brainless guy who only acts on impulse. He's dead today. Lan Xian is a peak 9 stars warrior. How many moves do you think this guy can withstand? How many moves? Haha. I'll consider him amazing if he's still alive after the first move. The students who packed the arena parted to give Xianxia way while most of them had a gloating look on their faces. Get out of my way. Wuxia pushed her way out of the crowd in a huff and rushed to Xianxia. You are a fool. Why are you here? Go back right now or he will kill you. What are you thinking, young Master Yun? Qinzhen was there too. Xianxia felt a slight warmth in his heart. At least he had a few friends who cared about him. Suddenly, a figure flashed before him. It was Yunshang. Don't be mischievous. Get out of here right now. The challenge is cancelled. She shouted angrily. What? Cancelled? Everyone was shocked and began to swear. No wonder this brat looked so fearless. Apparently, he has such a trick up his sleeve. Fuck. He has disgraced the Li family. He had long disgraced his family for being a piece of trash, so it's not a big deal for him to do it once more. All sorts of curses drifted over, causing Chen Zhan and Han Bai's faces to turn blue, their bodies shaking with rage. Miss Luo, this is a duel between two students. How could you cancel it on their behalf? A teacher named Xian Ping rose to his feet abruptly and said, Besides, you are from the State Guardians. It seems inappropriate for you to intervene in this matter. The duel had attracted many teachers here. It was not because of the disparity in the strength between two students, but their unique background, which just happened to represent the two major powers in the state of Tianshui. The teachers in the academy were not completely neutral, and many were actually affiliated with one of the major powers. As for the State Guardians, they were Tianshui's strongest armed forces, directly under the leadership of His Majesty the King. Yunshang's eyes sparkled with a bright gleam as she stared at Xian Ping and said coldly, I only know that since Li Yunxiao is my student, I have the obligation to protect him. What faction are you from that makes you say that? Xian Ping's face flickered, then simply shook his head and said, I don't belong to any faction. However, as the teachers of the academy, it is inappropriate for us to intervene in the duel between students. We have to be fair and just not siding with anyone. I'm your student, Teacher Luo. Why are you always defending Lan Xian? Yunxiao said before Yunshang could even open her mouth. Teacher Xian is right, you have to be fair and just, and not siding with anyone. You may all leave us now. I can cripple him in just minutes. Yunxiang and others were struck dumb. Was there something wrong with this guy's brain? Was he scared out of his wits by the scene? While they were still stunned, Yunxiao had already stepped onto the arena, walking step by step toward Lan Xian. He is a fool. Yunxiang stamped her foot in anger. There was nothing she could do to stop the duel now, so she began to watch the arena intently, ready to come to his rescue at any moment. She would not let him get crippled in any way. I thought you were too afraid to come. Lan Xian mocked in a cold voice as he stood up. Do you think you can prolong your sense of existence by saying a few more words? You're dreaming. Yunxiao shouted coldly as he took a step forward and a force spread out of his body. Warrior? This lad has really made a breakthrough and become a warrior. Yunxiang's heart was violently shaken. Although Zhong Lishan had told her so, witnessing it with her own eyes still gave her a great shock. She was sure that Yunxiang was still a loser a few days ago with no chakras opened. How's that possible? I can't believe this brat is a warrior of the origin realm. The students outside the arena were astounded. Yu Hejing, who was among the crowd, felt as if he was struck by a hammer. His heart filled with a profound shock. No wonder my good-for-nothing brother was no match for you. You really know how to hide your strength. Lan Xian sneered. But your good luck has come to an end today. His aura surged in a flash and waves of force poured out of him. The surrounding air seemed to be affected and began to spin rapidly while the students near the arena could feel a faint pressure. He is indeed a peak 9 stars warrior. This Lan Xian is truly amazing. I think he will be able to break through into the 2-force realm in less than 2 months and become a martial master. Xian Ping was full of praise in the audience. How many moves do you think this Li Yunxiao can hold up? How many moves? Another teacher said with a laugh. Look at the contrast between their auras. I think he will be crushed as soon as they clash for the first time. Even Commander Xiao Chun was praising and expressing his intention of recruiting young Master Lan Xian when I saw him the last time. Oh! Xian Ping's eyes lit up as he said happily, young Master Xian is only 1 step away from becoming a martial master, so for him to become a member of the State Guardians is a done deal. Well, if this Li Yunxiao is still alive after withstanding the first strike, he would be a real marvel. Wang Feng, who was at the side, was silent with a glum look in his eyes. Although he was also from the fraction of the Lan family, he was only on his nephew's side. Now that his nephew was expelled, he felt extremely depressed when looking at his competitor stealing the show. He wished that Yunxiao could bring him a big surprise by crippling Lan Xian completely, but he knew on the inside that it was just a silly dream. 1 move? I don't think so. Zhong Lishan, who had not spoken a word since he arrived, stared at Yunxiao's steps on the arena as he said meaningfully, his eyes gleaming. You all have underestimated this Li Yunxiao. Perhaps there is something worth looking at in this duel. The rest of the teachers were all startled. Even Yunxiang was a little shocked and bewildered. She looked up and saw Yunxiao approaching Lan Xian slowly. His movements were very sluggish, as if he could hardly move a single step under his opponent's pressure, and it cost him a great amount of energy to take each step. Of all the people present, Zhong Lishan was the only one who had a vague feeling that something was wrong. As a martial king of the 5 elements realm, he had noticed something strange in the air around Yunxiao, and he could feel as if the whole void seemed to vibrate with each step Yunxiao took. For a moment, he seemed to have an illusion that the surrounding rules of heaven and earth appeared to be beating with Yunxiao's pace, as if it were alive. He sucked in a cold breath at the thought. How's that possible? But this kid's pace is definitely a kind of mystic art. At least it has set the surrounding auras into motion, making their frequencies the same as his pace. What an advanced martial technique. With Zhong Lishan's hint, Yunxiang seemed to have noticed something as well, and she was lost in thought. Loser. How are you going to fight me when you can hardly take a step under my pressure? Lan Xian laughed contemptuously as a large amount of primordial qi crazily poured into his right hand. Rings of qi waves rippled out, spinning like vortexes on the sea. Don't worry, I won't kill you, but I will beat you to your knees and make you apologize. I'll make you and your family never get your heads up again for the rest of your lives. Lan Xian planned to win the duel with one move so that he could establish his prestige. Passing Cloud Sword technique, spinning star palm. As soon as he pushed his palm forward, the surrounding natural energy frantically rushed over and formed a cyclone that blotted out the sky and land before swooping down toward Yunxiao. He uses his palm in place of a sword and makes it look like a spinning star. Amazing! Xianping could not help cheering. Some of the other teachers, although unaccustomed to his naked flattery, showed a look of praise in their eyes as well. But Zhong Lishan, who was staring at Yunxiao, had his face growing serious. With a sneer on his face, Yunxiao suddenly concentrated all his primordial qi on his feet and kicked them at the ground. His body blurred into motion in a flash and leaped into the air while the floor paved with hard diamond rocks was crushed to pieces. What's happening? He's so fast. Lan Xian's face flickered. He did not expect that Li Yunxiao's speed was fast enough to escape the cover of his palm strike. Trying to flee? You're dreaming! He cried out in both shock and fury while moving his right palm. The cyclone suddenly expanded with that motion and the range of attacks increased by several times. As Yunxiao was in mid-air, there was nothing he could do to dodge the attack. Humph! Moonwalk! Nether swap! Just as everyone's eyes were wide open to see how he would defend against the move. His body suddenly turned into a shadow and moved a few feet across the air in a strange posture. He had dodged the attack. How's that possible? What is this movement technique? Was he walking in the air? Lan Xian's pupils constricted and his eyeballs almost popped out. While all the people were gaping, Yunxiao took a step in the air as if he was walking, and he did not fall down. Moreover, with that step, some kind of force seemed to be triggered in the void, causing everyone's heart to shake slightly. Zhong Lishan's pupils constricted abruptly as he lurched to his feet in shock. The others might not be aware, but he clearly saw that this step was the continuation of Yunxiao's previous paces. Both the frequency and timing were exactly the same. In other words, he avoided Lan Xian's attack not because he could not resist it, but because he wanted to complete the strange set of steps. As he took this last step, the rhythm between heaven and earth began to move with him. Suddenly, shafts of golden light burst out of him, and as he fell from the sky, the auras between heaven and earth seemed to be drawn over rush madly into his body. It gave everyone the impression that the sky was collapsing and all the auras were converging on him. He's borrowing the force of heaven and earth. Zhong Lishan gasped with astonishment as his eyes stared straight ahead. He finally understood the purpose of Yunxiao's set of steps. He was using it to muster the force of heaven and earth. Yunxiao's aura grew stronger and stronger like a meteorite from outer space while his hands flashed in incantation gestures and numerous residual shadows emerged around him. At this moment, 3 golden hand seals materialized, and then innumerable forces frantically poured into them from the surroundings, making them glow brighter and brighter. Life passes like a dream, a mark left by a goose claw in the snow. He cried out in a faint voice. The 3 masses of golden light fused into one, landing on the ground like a meteorite. With that, a huge golden palm seal descended from the sky. Floating life seal. I can't believe it is the floating life seal. Zhong Lishan's eyes were filled with undisguised horror. With Yunxiao's current strength, there was no way he could use this technique, so he had to muster the force of heaven and earth to complete it. But to borrow the force of heaven and earth requires not only skill, but one's understanding of it. Even I couldn't find a way of doing it. How did he do it? Zhong Lishan was somewhat absent-minded as he stared blankly at the golden seal. Could he be Yang Di's disciple? This is Lord Yang Di's floating life seal. Yunxiang was struck dumb instantly as she murmured to herself, "How is this possible? He is only a 1-star warrior. How could he have the ability to use the floating life seal? What's his relationship with Lord Yang Di?" Everyone was thoroughly frozen. The situation in the arena changed so quickly that no one could adapt to it. None of them had ever seen such a grand martial technique with this level of soaring aura. All of them were staring with wide eyes, their minds blank. While the crowd was utterly thunderstruck, Lan Xian was completely petrified in the arena. Even though the palm seal had yet to arrive, its heaven-shaking might had already crumbled his fighting will, turned his clothes to ashes in a flash, and caused his skin to crack with bloody lines. Boom! The seal crushed down onto Lan Xian's body and exploded into a blinding golden light, knocking him flying away like a balloon that suddenly had its air leaked. Streams of blood shot out of his body as he was thrown dozens of meters away and then slammed into the ground, shattering the diamond rocks. Phew! Yunxiao took a deep breath as he finally landed on the ground. His face was pale and blue, and his body was trembling slightly. The strike had exhausted all his primordial qi, and the force of heaven and earth he borrowed had vanished as well. At that moment, they had predicted Lan Xian's defeat. However, when it did happen, it still made everyone gape with wide eyes. One move, the young master of the Li family, who had never shown any talent and was called a loser, had defeated the leader of the Shen gang, a peak 9-stars warrior who was ranked the third on the minor power chart with only one move. And it was a convincing defeat with no ambiguity. The floating life seal that borrowed the force of the heaven and earth had been deeply imprinted into everyone's mind, unable to be erased. At this moment, everyone was gaping at the completely unexpected result, including Zhong Lishan, Luo Yunshang, Wang Feng, Qin Ruxue, Chen Zhen, Han Bai, Yu Hajing, and all the members of the Shen gang, their minds totally blank. Yunxiao's face was extremely pale as he began to breathe heavily to regain the strength he had exhausted. The tactic of borrowing the force of heaven and earth just now could only be used when fighting these lower-level warriors, because it took too long to prepare. The battles between higher-level warriors were fast-paced, and no one would give someone such a long time to borrow the power. He walked step by step with a grim expression toward Lan Xian, who was sprawled like mud in the distance. How could that be? Defeated? I can't believe Lan Xian was defeated, and in such a miserable manner, so badly mauled all over. Heavens! He is a 9-stars warrior, and that Li Yunxiao is only a 1-star warrior. How could their strength be so different? Zhong Lishan was a little confused too, but his pupils suddenly constricted. Stop it! His voice rang out like a great bell, shaking the minds of all the students present. Yunxiao's foot was stepping toward Lan Xian's dantian when he heard Zhong Lishan's loud shout. His eyes flickered with a bright gleam as he sneered. As I said, no one can save you. Even though he was lying on the ground with a serious injury and unable to move, Lan Xian was conscious. As Yunxiao's foot grew larger and larger in his pupils, his heart swelled with immense fear. Crazy! This guy is crazy! He even dares to disobey the dean's order. Isn't he afraid of being expelled? Save me! Save me! Who will save me? Boom! The foot stamped him in the dantian with a powerful force, and a beam of light exploded out from his abdomen. Meanwhile, the force went through him and came out from his lower back, ripping the clothes on his back to pieces. Puke! A mouthful of heart's blood sprayed out of Lan Xian's mouth. His body instantly became feeble like a shrunken balloon, and his spirit and consciousness vanished in a flash. He had completely passed out. Ah! The entire audience was dumbstruck. Lan Xian was crippled. Li Yunxiao had broken his dantian and thoroughly crippled him. When a warrior's dantian was broken, he was crippled for life unless he had a legendary holy medicine that was level 7 or above. Zhong Lishan was in a daze. Even at his speed, he wasn't able to save Lan Xian. He landed a dozen meters away from the two students and watched with a blank look on his face. He felt at a loss for the first time in years. Yunxiang sucked in a cold breath and sprinted up to the arena as well. When she saw Yunxiao walking toward Lan Xian, she cried out, "What are you doing?" Everybody was stunned. Yunxiao had already crippled Lan Xian, so what else did he want? Pa! Yunxiao jerked his foot up and brought it down in a flash. Half of the soul was shoved into Lan Xian's mouth, breaking all his teeth and ripping his mouth. As a result, blood gushed out and covered his face. Lan Xian was already in a coma, but his nerves started to twitch instinctively. The scene frightened everyone and sent shivers down their spines. "You are too cruel, boy. Zhong Lishan flew into a rage while his figure blinked and sprinted over. Humph! I said I'd beat you to your knees and make you lick my shoes. I haven't washed my foot for 3 days. How's the taste? Narrowing his eyes, Yunxiao reached out a hand and performed a grabbing gesture, pulling the 5-colored divine air stone pendant Lan Xin wore on his waist into his grip. It was what he had his heart set on. After that, he kicked Lan Xin up like a bag of trash and sent him flying toward Zhong Lishan. Boom! Without so much as looking, Zhong Lishan sent Lan Xin flying again with a slap and then landed in front of Yunxiao like an angry lion. His anger burst out in an instant and formed into a domineering pressure in the air that crushed down onto the other's body. He's already crippled. Why are you still so cruel? Humph! This is a duel of life and death, and it's up to us to decide who lives and who dies. It's none of your business. It's none of your business. Yunxiao's voice echoed in the arena, leaving everybody completely stupefied. No one had ever dared to speak to the Dean of Jialan Academy like that. Not even His Majesty the King of Tianshui, the President of Alchemist Association, the Commander-in-Chief of the State Guardians, or any of the most powerful men in the state. Zhong Lishan froze for a moment and then laughed out in rage. Ha! It's none of my business? Boy, do you know who I am? You are Zhong Lishan, the Dean of Jialan Academy and a martial king, Yunxiao sneered. At the age of over 100 years old, you are only a martial king, and yet you still have the nerve to show off? If I were you, I would have killed myself long ago. Everyone sucked in a cold breath at the same time. This brat was crazy. He was really crazy. An individual who had stepped into the 5 elements realm was known as a martial king. The #1 expert of Tianshui was scolded for having a weak cultivation base. Zhong Lishan exploded with anger and bellowed, "Die!" The pressure emanating from him loomed in the void as if it were real, crushing down like a mountain and making Yunxiao's face fall instantly. Under the pressure, his body trembled violently as if it were about to be crushed into a pulp, like a leaf that could be blown away at any moment in the storm. He glared at Zhong Lishan and snarled, "Old codger, you are over 100 years old and yet you bully me, a 15-year-old boy? You are a martial king, and yet you bully me, a mere warrior? If I don't die today, I will make you pay back 100 times in the future." Zhong Lishan's expression changed drastically, and his heart was filled with an immense shock. He could not believe that this little 1-star warrior could still hold his head high and not kneel under a martial king's pressure. And what made him even more frightened was the fact that Yunxiao was emanating a fighting will in the face of him, who was a martial king, which even he did not dare to underestimate. What kind of stubbornness and fighting will was this? What kind of unyielding soul was in this boy's frail body? In the distance, Yunxiang's panic changed to shock. The unyielding look in Yunxiao's eyes had deeply shaken her heart. What is this feeling? Why does his stubborn look give me such a familiar feeling? Her eyes became a little blurred, and a deep doubt hung between her eyebrows. Suddenly, a glimmer of gold flashed before her eyes, and she turned around in a hurry. 100 meters away from the arena, the statue of the martial sovereign loomed high above the world, shining brilliantly under the sunlight. Gu Feiyang. I can't believe his expression and demeanor are identical to Lord Gu Feiyang. Yunxiang looked at Yunxiao in horror. Under the pressure of a martial king, his eyes were still shining like stars, and he still wore a smile on his lips. His imperious and lofty demeanor made her heart tremble profoundly. She felt that her eyes had become blurry, as if the figure of this 15-year-old teenager had overlapped with that peerless martial sovereign who once roamed the world freely and overlooked all lives. Puke! Yunxiao could not hold on at last and coughed up a mouthful of blood. His eyes blazed with anger as he said, "Old codger, just because you are a martial king doesn't mean I can't do anything to you. I'm going to hit you hard even if the cost is my life." With that, he took out the origin blasting pill which he had prepared as a backup and swallowed it. In an instant, strength poured through his body like a spring and his aura began to soar. Zhong Lishan was terrified. The pressure he emanated was already at its peak. A martial master or even a great martial master would have yielded by now, not to mention a 1-star warrior. Do I really have to bully the weak by being strong, using the strength of a martial king to bully a warrior? Even if I do make him yield, my reputation would be gone completely. Just as his mind was wandering, he suddenly felt an indescribable aura emanating from Xianxia. There was no more emotion in his eyes, and his gaze had become indifferent. What is this? He was startled, and he had a feeling that could not be expressed with words surging into his heart. Yunxiang, too, noticed the changes in Yunxiao's aura. Suddenly, she felt a breeze blow past and looked up to see a cloud gathering in the sky, which was cloudless previously. At this moment, Yunxiao lightly lifted his hand. Her eyes flared with astonishment as she cried out, "A great wind comes forth, the clouds rise high. How's that even possible?" The dean's heart gave a jerk at Yunxiang's loud cry, and his eyes were filled with immense shock. As a martial king of the five elements realm, he naturally felt the uncomfortable feeling in the surroundings. Looking up at the sky, he murmured to himself, "The wind and clouds are rising. They are really rising." In the face of a one-star warrior, the forehead of Zhong Lishan, the #1 expert of the state of Tianshui and a martial king, began to drip with cold sweat. Who exactly is this boy? This move? Could it be Lord Gu Feiyang's great wind and cloud palm? When the wind and clouds rose, the world was stirred. Yunxiao's thin figure was like a mountain that stood towering and unchanging forever between the heaven and earth, and the wind and clouds were rising at his will. The wind and clouds rise high all because of me. Many years ago, the vanquisher martial sovereign Gu Feiyang had suppressed 10 9-stars martial sovereigns with the great wind and cloud palm on top of the sea of clouds over the snowfall peak of Shenshao Temple, and even teased Chu Hongyan, the lady master of the temple, 3 times. Then, he roamed freely in the temple's forbidden places and showed disdain over everyone and everything. Such a feat had been made into a story that would be told for thousands of years. "Stop it!" Zhong Lishan shouted and immediately dispersed all his aura. He could already tell the changes in Yunxiao's aura after consuming the origin-blasting pill, and he knew such a pill that could boost one's strength in an instant had a serious side effect. He was not afraid that this boy would hurt him, even if that was indeed Gu Feiyang's great wind and cloud palm. He had no fear of it as it was used by a mere one-star warrior. However, as Yunxiao knew not only the floating life seal but also the great wind and cloud palm, it was very likely that he was connected to Yang Di. If these two techniques were indeed taught to Yunxiao by Yang Di, then he would not be able to explain himself to Yang Di if he hurt this boy. The #1 expert in the state of Tianshui, the martial king Zhong Lishan who treated everyone, including the king of the state, with contempt, had a glimmer of fear in his eyes when he thought of Yang Di. Students fought with one another at their own will. "You've injured Lan Xian, and I've nothing to comment about it. But you shouldn't be so cruel. I'll let it pass considering this as your first offense. But there won't be a next time." When he finished, his figure flickered and then instantly vanished from the arena. Since he could not hurt this boy, staying here any longer would only frustrate him further. What? All the students and teachers were frozen. Since when has the dean become so affable? Anyone who had offended him in such a way, even if they were princes or princesses, should have been sent flying away by him with a slap. Meanwhile, Yunxiang came back to her senses at last. Her eyes flashed with a bright gleam as she pretended to be angry and cried out, "Hurry up and disperse the power!" The power of the origin-blasting pill spread out, and Yunxiao was flushed all over like an erupting volcano. Gritting his teeth, he said, "Old codger, you're lucky to run so fast." He put his palms together and sat cross-legged down, unmoving like a mountain. The violent aura rushing out of him instantly calmed down and began to wheel around him in a certain pattern, while his complexion was returning to normal at a rate visible to the naked eye. Yunxiang blinked in amazement. Yunxiao's pose seemed to contain some sort of rule that made her ponder over, and yet she could not grasp. But there was a faint feeling in her heart that it was an extremely powerful rule. Knowing that many parts of martial arts require extraordinary insights and that opportunities were rare, she immediately sat cross-legged down and stared at Yunxiao as she began to meditate. After a series of shocking events, The whole arena was filled with loud discussions while all kinds of expressions appeared on different faces. Han Bai and others were worried about Yunxiao, but they were stopped by Feng Buping. To maintain order, Feng Buping even forced the crowd to disperse, not allowing anyone to stay in the arena. Soon, all the students were chased away, while Yunxiao and Yunshang were the only two left in the arena. They sat cross-legged face to face, both in meditation with closed eyes. Suddenly, a light appeared on Yunshang's body, then slowly converged on her eyebrows and bloomed like a lotus flower. The aura around her flickered rapidly with the light and seemed to be absorbed by her. In the distance, Xian Ping looked shocked as he muttered to himself, "Did she just make a breakthrough? I can't believe she has advanced another level again." Yunshang only felt that the bottleneck in her cultivation was gradually dissolved as she contemplated over Yunxiao's strange pose. By the time she discovered it in horror, the bottleneck had been completely broken through and a stream of primordial qi gathering from all directions was pouring madly into her body, washing through her meridians. She knew she had advanced another level, but the way she made it was puzzling. She had not yet grasped much of that strange rule, and yet it had promoted her to a higher level. What was going on with this Li Yunxiao? What heaven-defying cultivation technique was he practicing? Holding back the shock in her heart, she carefully controlled the primordial qi inside her to circulate one full round within her body and eventually converge it into her dantian. She immediately felt her mind turn empty and bright while a sense of strength that she had never felt before surged through her. When her cultivation base got stable, she finally opened her eyes slowly. Ah! She was startled as soon as she opened her eyes. At some point in time, Yunxiao had woken up and was staring at her with wide eyes and a smile. Her face suddenly blushed as she snapped shyly, "What are you doing?" Yunxiao was puzzled. "What did I do?" "Congratulations on Teacher Luo's advancement to a higher level." Yunshang calmed her pounding heart and suddenly noticed something unusual. Staring at Yunxiao, she exclaimed in horror, You have become a 2-stars warrior. You are a martial lord of the 4 quadrants realm, and it's 100 times harder for you to get to the next level than me. But even you have broken through, so why are you so surprised when I, a mere warrior, have advanced to the next level? Yunxiao laughed. Yunshang felt that talking to this lad would be too much for her heart to take sooner or later. "Don't play games with me." She put on a straight face and said angrily, "How many days have you been a warrior for? I found that the world has changed even though I was in seclusion for only 5 days. I want an explanation for all this. My injuries aren't healed enough to stand up to Teacher Luo's interrogation," Yunxiao cried out. "I'll explain to you after I get back to rest for half a month and am fully healed." Yunshang's eyes flashed with hesitation when she looked at the mess and blood all over him. "All right, but I'll only give you 3 days. Meet me at the office in 3 days." Why is this little girl so domineering and unreasonable? Yunxiao said to himself as he watched Yunshang leave, his face smiling. But she's got a great gift that deserves to be cultivated. Yunxiao did not stall at all. The impact of the battle on him was enormous. Initially, he had already broken through into the origin realm after he took the origin impacting pill, but there was still a large amount of medicinal strength left in him. Through the impact of the force of heaven and earth on his body, the residual medicinal strength was completely dissolved, which was why he had advanced to the level of 2 stars after the battle. As he had just advanced after the battle, the first thing he should do was stabilize his cultivation base. But he vaguely felt that the medicinal strength in his body had not been fully digested. Hence, he went straight to the gravity chamber after he left the arena. He was now able to move freely at 10 times the force of gravity, so the gravity chamber was just right for him to temper his body. As soon as he arrived in the gravity cultivating hall, many students recognized him instantly. They were too frightened to get too close to him, and no one dared to fight with him for a chamber. He teleported to the tenfold gravity region, found a chamber and walked right in. It just happened that Luo Landuo was coming out from another chamber. She was surprised to see Yunxiao, and was immediately stunned. "What's going on? He looks very energetic. Didn't Lan Xian cripple him? That's not Lan Xian's style." While she was puzzled, Dozens of students in the public area seemed to breathe a sigh of relief at the same time as Xianxia entered the chamber. And then a buzz of discussion reached her. His aura is so strong. I don't even dare to come within 3 meters of him. I don't think you want to get too close to him. He defeated Lan Xian with one move. And if you're within 3 meters of him, his aura will crush you right away. In my opinion, even by Chengfeng and Lin Yu, both of whom are ranked on the minor power chart, are no match for him. I've just heard from the infirmary that Lan Xian's meridians are all broken and his qi has collapsed. Unless there's a grade 5/9 nether qi condensing pill, he'll be a cripple all his life. Really? This guy's so cruel. It's not as if you didn't know that Teacher Ku in the infirmary is a first-tier alchemist. How could he be mistaken? And he is my cousin's uncle's second brother-in-law's uncle's neighbor's son's 7th wife's sister-in-law's elder brother. How could he possibly deceive me when he is so closely related to me? He won't even give the dean face. What a ruthless fellow. Don't provoke this savage guy, my friends, or no one will be able to save you. While the crowd was still chattering, Landua's head was abuzz. All she heard was, defeated Lan Xian with one move. She felt like she was in a trance, and the images before her eyes seemed unreal as a thin figure flashed through her mind. 5 days later, in a chamber within the tenfold gravity region, a faint milky white aura wrapped around Xianxia while his body was curled up and posed like a baby in his mother's womb. His breath was so weak that it seemed as if he was not breathing at all. However, the pores on his skin were opening and closing, inhaling and exhaling on their own. It was a very clever way of adjusting the breath, which could let an individual return to the innate realm and enter the fetal state. He appeared to be sleeping on the surface, but the qi inside his body was surging like a great river, several times more powerful than ordinary meditation. It was unknown how much time had passed when his closed eyes suddenly flicked open, and he exhaled a stream of filthy air while his eyes sparkled. I'm now a peak 2-stars warrior, and it will take only 3 more days to make a breakthrough in the fetal technique. But he frowned slightly as golden dots rose in his mind and condensed slowly. A golden script emerged in the void within his mind, comprising of undecipherable text that looked like tadpoles, flickering and vanishing repeatedly and never taking shape. This great expansion divine technique is so mysterious that it is not only impossible to be written down, but also extremely difficult to take shape over my spiritual altar no matter how hard I contemplate over it. Nevertheless, every attempt has increased my soul power by a lot. Although soul cultivation techniques are rare, I've read more than 10 of them, and I've never seen anything so mysterious. He let out a deep breath and said resolutely, Anyway, martial arts can be practiced at any time, but it's very rare that my soul power has grown to this level. Now, the key is to take this opportunity and become a first-tier alchemist. Just now, when he was about to reach the peak 2-stars warrior stage, his soul power had also condensed to a certain extent. Meanwhile, under his contemplation, the great expansion divine technique appeared more complete than usual. Therefore, he decisively gave up practicing martial arts and began to concentrate on tempering his soul power in his mind. With the emergence of the great expansion divine technique, more and more golden dots appeared in his mind, and they cast a golden glow over his entire spiritual altar. In his previous life, Xianxia was a 9th-tier alchemist, so he naturally knew that the time had come. He instantly flickered his divine sense, and all the golden dots immediately rushed crazily toward the center, as if a black hole had appeared and was devouring everything. Condense! He opened his eyes abruptly, streaks of golden lightning floating in them before slowly dispersing. A few moments later, his eyes returned to their normal state, bright and clear. Ha! I finally regained the first-tier's soul power. Now, I can craft weapons and all kinds of potions myself. Xianxia's figure flashed out of the chamber and into the teleportation array. When he returned to his dorm and was about to open the door, a thought struck his mind. He then turned around abruptly and was about to leave. Why are you leaving? Come back here. A voice came from inside his dorm and the door was opened with a squeak. Yunxiang was staring at him coldly, with a hint of anger on her face. Li Yunxiao, Have you really taken my words as a puff of wind? It has been 5 days. Why haven't you come to see me? A trace of cold sweat seeped out of Xianxia's forehead as he laughed embarrassedly and said, "Ha! I had forgotten about it as soon as I began cultivating. Peak 2 stars warrior? It has only been 5 days since you advanced to 2 stars. Yunxiang's expression suddenly changed when she felt the faint primordial chi wave coming from Yunxiao. Li Yunxiao, she said in a deep voice. I know you must have had some strange encounter, but the discipline of martial arts lies in persistence. You must not, for the sake of speed, risk yourself by taking some pills with serious side effects, or you will harm your future. She mistakenly thought that Yunxiao had consumed some strength-boosting pills. Otherwise, he would have never progressed at such a terrifying pace. Yunxiao felt a slight warmth in his heart. He knew she was saying this for his own good, so he said earnestly, Teacher, you can rest assured that I've never taken any pills whatsoever. A look of incredulity flashed across Yunxiang's face, but he did not look like he was lying when she saw his clear and bright eyes. Hence, she was relieved and said, Good. Now, I think you should give me an explanation. Explanation? What explanation? Yunxiao suddenly slapped himself in the head. Oh, I just remembered that I have something very important to do. I have to go now. See you next time. Yunxiang's cold, murderous gaze fell upon him in an instant, sending shivers down his spine. Realizing that he could not escape this time, Yunxiao said with a wry smile, What do you want me to explain, teacher? She fixed her eyes on him and found that this good-for-nothing student, who had never attracted her attention before, had become increasingly difficult to understand, especially after the duel. How did you learn Lord Yangdi's floating life seal and Lord Gu Feiyang's great wind and cloud palm? Before I entered the secluded meditation, you were just an ordinary student who hadn't even opened any chakra. But when I came out 5 days later, you had become a 1-star warrior. What happened? The pose you used to suppress the origin blasting pill in your body that day, what cultivation technique is that? And you've previously told me the secret of leveling up a red copper weapon in the classroom. How did you know it? A series of questions shot out of her red lips, giving Yunxiao a headache. Well, what does the dean think? Yunxiang glared at him and said, The dean's analysis is that you were taught by Lord Yangdi. He thinks that Lord Yangdi had taught you all these heaven-defying martial and alchemy techniques. Yunxiao laughed. The dean is so clever, getting it right at the first guess. It's just like he said. It made sense to push everything on Yangdi. After all, Yunxiao was not afraid of confronting him. In fact, he wished they could meet as soon as possible. Bullshit. A rude remark burst out of Yunxiang's mouth and startled Yunxiao. Staring coldly at him, she said, Others might not know this, but I do. First of all, despite being the head of the state military who holds great power, your family has never had any contact with Lord Yangdi. Secondly, as far as I know, Lord Yangdi doesn't know the great wind and cloud palm. How do you know Yangdi doesn't know it? Yunxiao asked in surprise. Yunxiang's mind seemed to wander, but then she immediately shook her head and sighed. Well, since you don't want to say it, I won't force you. Initially, I was worried about you and had thought of a way for you. But now, it seems my worry was unnecessary. Still, you have to come with me. I found you a master in the Alchemist Association. He said he wants to see the result of your soul power test before deciding whether to accept you as a disciple. What? You've found me a master? Yunxiao's eyes grew wide as he said hurriedly, No, I can't do it. I know my soul power very well. It's too rubbish. It's not up to you to decide whether your soul power is rubbish or not, said Yunxiang coldly. I've agreed with him, and you've no idea how hard it was for me to get him to accept my request. You must go, willing or not. Giving him no chance to argue, Yunxiang dragged him and started off in the direction of the Alchemist Association. Who is this expert? Yunxiao cried out. You want me to take him as my master? Is he worthy? Yunxiang went blank for a moment. Then she scolded angrily. He is the most promising alchemist in the association. It had taken me a great effort to get him to accept my request while others didn't even have a chance to ask him. So, You better not mess this up. Listen to me. Even if you specialize in martial arts, it would be of great benefit to your attainments if they were supplemented by cultivating your soul. As for who that man is, you'll know when we get there. Xianxia fell silent as he was slightly surprised. Average warriors would not understand the complementary relationship between cultivating qi and soul. It seemed to him that this Xianxia was not only very gifted, but must have been taught by some expert. Just like that, he was half-dragged to the association. As soon as they stepped through the door, Xianxia immediately found Jia Rong answering questions of the apprentices in a corner. He was already surrounded by many people. She pushed her way into the crowd, emanating her martial lord's aura. As a result, the people around her stepped back with angry faces. Paying them no mind, she simply cried out, "Master Jia, I'm looking for you. Do you still remember the student I mentioned to you last time, the young master of the Li family, Li Yunxiao? I've brought him here." Yunxiao was dumbfounded. She actually asked Jia Rong to be my master. "Oh, you're here, Lord Yunxiang," Jia Rong said in an indifferent voice without even looking up. "Go to the lobby and find an apprentice to test his soul power first." "All right." Yunxiang nodded and turned around. "Li Yunxiao, come outside with me." Yunxiao followed Yunxiang with a bitter look on his face, and was about to go out when a surprised voice rang out, "It's you!" The waitress at the front desk, Lu Yao, hurried over and said happily, "I have finally seen you again. After listening to your advice, my brother's success rate in refining the strengthening potion is almost at 100%. Thank you so much." Yunxiao gave her a thumbs up and said with an encouraging smile, "Tell your brother that he's got a pretty good gift, and if he keeps it up, he'll make it one day." Lu Yao's face lit up with gratitude. "My brother produced a lot of strengthening potions and made a lot of money. He's now in secluded meditation, preparing to make a breakthrough to the next level. I don't know how to thank you enough." The little beauty was so emotional that she put her palms together in front of her chest. Her lovely appearance caught the attention of many people around them. Yunxiao laughed and said, "Hee hee, you want to thank me? That's easy. Just marry me." Blushing, Lu Yao giggled and said, "Don't be facetious." After working as a waitress for several years in the Alchemist Association, she had seen all sorts of people, both good and bad, and flirting was nothing unusual to her. So, she naturally did not take Yunxiao's words seriously. However, at this moment, her heart suddenly gave birth to a glimmer of anticipation, which surprised even herself. "Li Yunxiao, do you have any idea where this is? How dare you harbor such an evil intention and flirt with a girl?" Yunxiang growled, slapping him on the back of his head. "So, his name is Li Yunxiao." Lu Yao repeated the name in her heart. Yunxiao did not dare to dodge, so the slap landed squarely on his head. With a bitter smile on his face, he said, "When did I do that? Can't you see it was she who was flirting me?" "Bah!" Lu Yao blushed with shyness. She was embarrassed to stay here further, however brazen she was, so she quickly turned and walked away. "Hurry and come out with me for the test," Yunxiang said grumpily. "If you don't pass, wait and see how I'll punish you." Their conversation immediately drew the attention of many, especially the students who were listening to Jia Rong's lecture. They all frowned with a hint of anger in their eyes. Lectures by alchemists were a rare opportunity to learn, because they only happened once in a blue moon. However, whenever an alchemist made a breakthrough, there would always be a public lecture. "Hey, you two! Get out of here if you want to argue." An apprentice alchemist could not take it anymore. He was already in a fret, as he was standing at the back of the crowd and could not hear the lecture very well. "Sorry, we're leaving now," Yunxiang said apologetically. She was aware of how rare it was for these students to be given a lecture by an alchemist. She whacked Yunxiao on the shoulder and shouted, "Get out of here!" Her voice attracted many sidelong glances, while Jia Rong, who was lecturing in the corner, frowned and looked up as he said coldly, "What's the matter?" The students, who were listening attentively, came to their senses and turned their heads together to glare at the two troublemakers. Jia Rong was slightly displeased as well. He knew it was Yunxiang, but he felt that she did not show him any respect. He was about to put on airs and his eyes were shining brightly when he saw Xianxia, who was following behind her with a drooping head like a frozen eggplant. Young Master Yun? Li Yunxiao. Young Master Yun. Li Yunxiao. He suddenly seemed to be struck by lightning as he repeatedly cried out these two names in his hearts. He was utterly dumbfounded. Master Jia, there are two fools making trouble here. I'll drive them out now. An apprentice alchemist stood out voluntarily. Fools? Jia Rong repeated the word under his breath. Suddenly he shuddered, then hurried over and sent the apprentice flying away with a slap. Fools my ass, he growled. Do you know how hard it is for him to come all the way here to study? Do you think you can match his eagerness to learn? Do you think you can match his perseverance? Everyone was struck dumb. Many of them had to slap themselves in the face and look at the student who was slapped far away on the ground. Only then could they come to their senses and realize what they just saw was real. Yun, young Master Yun. Jia Rong rushed up and greeted him carefully. Master Jia. Yunxiang was a little surprised, but she immediately smiled and said, You can just call him Li Yunxiao. You don't have to be so polite to him. Pa. She gave Yunxiao a quick whack on the back of his head and said angrily, Why are you still standing there? Master Jia has come up here and offered you a greeting. Return the greeting. The whacking sound was like a direct blow to Jia Rong's heart, making him almost cough up blood. Fuming with rage, Yunxiao bowed his head and cried out, Greeting, Master Jia. Jia Rong was taken aback, and he hastily moved to one side. Although Yunxiao only bowed his head, it seemed to him as if he were going to bow low. How dare he accept this bow? So he jumped to the side like a scared kitten. Yunxiang felt somewhat strange when she saw Jia Rong's movement. I'm going to bring this kid for the soul power test. No need. There's no need for the test. Jia Rong waved hurriedly and was at a loss of what to do. No need. Yunxiang was shocked. Then she gave the back of Yunxiao's head another slap and said angrily, You impolite kid. You've angered Master Jia. Apologize now. After that, she turned to Jia Rong and explained, This kid is ignorant of the world, which is why he lacks the manners. I hope Master Jia can forgive him. Jia Rong's mind was blank and he almost dropped to his knees, as he was soaked all over in cold sweat, and even his cheeks were covered in beads of sweat. He slapped himself in the face and said in a broken voice, Lord Luo, please don't whack him anymore. I was mistaken. Young Master Yun has a great gift, and he doesn't need any soul power test. Now, not only Yunxiang, but even Lu Yao in the distance was struck as dumb as a piece of wood, completely baffled. Meanwhile, the apprentice alchemists who were listening to Jia Rong's lecture had their jaws falling to the floor. Yunxiang said blankly, He has a great gift? Then would you take him? In a haste, Jia Rong said, Yes, I'll take him as my disciple. But as soon as he had finished, he felt what he said was not proper. And when he looked over, he saw Yunxiao staring coldly at him. Shivering with fear, he said hurriedly, No, I was mistaken again. I won't take him as my disciple. Master Jia, you are behaving very strangely today. Are you taking him as your disciple or not? Jia Rong pulled a long face and said, Lord Luo, all I ask is that you stop whacking him on the head, and I'll do whatever you ask. If you whack him again, I'll kneel before you. Yunxiang was completely confused. Even a fool could see that Jia Rong was in awe of Yunxiao. She said shockingly, Li Yunxiao you? Just then, a commotion broke out in the lobby as an old man escorted by a large group of people walked in. All the voices came to an abrupt stop as soon as the old man entered the lobby. Everyone stood quietly in place and slightly lowered their heads, their eyes full of respect. With a pair of bright, piercing eyes and an unusually grim expression, the old man glanced around and only looked slightly surprised when he saw Yunxiang. But he just nodded and smiled at her, then went straight to the second floor. Yunxiao narrowed his eyes slightly. The soul power wave emanated from the old man was very strong, which made him at least a third-tier great alchemist. It was the first time he had met a third-tier alchemist since his reincarnation. Once the old man had gone up to the second floor, the lobby was bustling again. Yunxiang's face grew grave as she murmured to herself, "Why did Master Zhang Qingfan come to the association himself? Could it be that Rushua's illness is out of control?" Yunxiao's heart skipped a beat, and he quickly asked, "Rushua? What's the matter with her?" With a slightly unsightly face, Yunxiang sighed and said, "Well, it's not a secret. Rushua was born with the 5 terminated meridians and could not have lived past the age of 5. That year, His Majesty managed to pursue a 5th-tier alchemist with all the resources of the state, who later provided a prescription for Rushua and said that it would keep her alive for 10 years. It has been 9 years since then. 5 terminated meridians? Yunxiao's face fell as he said in a serious voice, "It can't be cured by medicine alone, except with an 8th-grade medicine called the 5 Dragons Pure Yang Pill." 5 Dragons Pure Yang Pill? Yunxiang froze for a moment as it was the first time she had heard of the name. She was thrilled when she heard that there was a medicinal pill that could cure Rushua, but her excitement was dampened in the next instant. With a bitter smile, she said, "Only the legendary 8th-tier Supreme Alchemist can refine an 8th-grade pill." Jia Rong sighed and said, "An 8th-tier Supreme Alchemist is like a god to us." Yunxiao's expression was grave. After pondering for a brief moment, he said, "Teacher Luo, you may go back first. I'd like to discuss the matter of taking Master Jia as my master with him." Yunxiang gave them a strange look and seemed worried. Meanwhile, beads of cold sweat broke out of Jia Rong's forehead once again as he hurriedly said, "Rest assured, Lord Luo, whether young Master Yun wants to take a master or anything else, I will do as he bids. I will never let you down." Yunxiang suddenly felt her head reeling. What was going on? Why did Jia Rong, who was always so proud of himself, behave like a servant in front of Li Yunxiao? Yes, his submissive appearance made him look exactly like a servant and not a superior alchemist. She felt that she was getting a little shaky. Fearing that she would faint in the lobby if she stayed, she made a few polite remarks and hurried off. Jia Rong and Yunxiao both felt relieved once she had left. Yunxiao said, "Find me a quiet place. I need to think over this." Jia Rong immediately made an inviting gesture and brought Yunxiao to his room. The way he meekly followed Yunxiao made Lu Yao and the group of apprentice alchemists freeze in place, unable to come to their senses for several minutes. Afterward, they always wondered if they were hallucinating or their eyes had deceived them. As a first-tier alchemist, Jia Rong had his own lounge, a spacious room lavishly furnished with a variety of fine wine and excellent lighting. Yunxiao sat wordlessly in a chair, standing up from time to time and pacing back and forth, while Jia Rong stood still off to the side, not daring to interrupt. "I got it!" Suddenly, Yunxiao jumped out of his chair and slapped the table. "That's it! Jia Rong, tell Zhang Qingfan you can cure the princess's 5 terminated meridians." Startled, Jia Rong said incredulously, Young Master Yun, you're not joking, are you?" Yunxiao's face turned cold as he said, "Do I look like I'm joking with you? In addition to the 5 Dragons Pure Yang Pill, the princess's terminated meridians can be cured by stimulating her acupoints with golden needles. With my current soul power, I can't cure it with one treatment, but I think she'll be completely healed after a few more tries." Stimulating acupoints with golden needles. Jia Rong's eyeballs almost popped out as he said in horror, "Young Master Yun, you know this kind of a legendary method? Do you have the confidence?" Yunxiao rubbed his temple and said, "Didn't I say I might not be able to cure it with one treatment and have to try a few times? So, to treat the princess, you have to come forward, and I'll be your assistant. But, when it comes to the actual treatment, I'll be the one who does it. With your pitiful attainment, do you think I'll let you treat her?" Yunxiao's eyes were full of disdain, but Jia Rong did not feel upset. Instead, he thought it was how the matter should be done. Then young Master Yun, can I observe and learn from the side when you treat the princess with the golden needles?" he asked hesitatingly. Waving his hand, Yunxiao said, "Do as you like. Remember to tell Zhang Qingfan about this. You must take over this task, or the princess's life will be in danger once the potion loses its effect." Yes, I'll go right now. Jia Rong jumped with excitement. He did not care whether the princess was dead or alive. What he cared was that he could witness the legendary technique of stimulating acupoints with golden needles, something that only existed in the legends. Oh, right. Yunxiao went to the table, then picked up a pen and quickly wrote down a list. These are the ingredients needed to cure the princess. Ask Zhang Qingfan to prepare them. Jia Rong ran over cheerfully, but was stunned as soon as he saw the items on the list. Why so much? And, young Master Yun, these things seem to be materials for crafting a weapon. Yes, I happen to be in need of a weapon. Jia Rong. After asking Jia Rong to make the arrangements, Yun Xiao left the Alchemist Association and went to a nearby market. As he passed through the lobby on the first floor, the eyes of everyone who looked at him had changed completely, showing awe and respect. In fact, Yun Xiao only needed a box of gold needles to treat the princess, but he was very particular about the size, thickness, length, weight, purity, and materials. Therefore, he decided to find some materials and refine them himself so that he could treat with certainty. While he was wandering around the market, a familiar figure suddenly appeared in his eyes, and a wonderful memory immediately came back to him. The hint of a smile emerged on the corner of his mouth as he walked toward the figure. Boss, I really have only 170 gold coins. Just do me a favor and help me once. Meng Wu pleaded at a small stall. Junliang, an intermediate apprentice alchemist, waved and said, Go somewhere else then. 300 gold coins is the lowest possible price. Alternatively, if you can provide me all the ingredients, I'll help you with 30 gold coins. Meng Wu took out 2 herbs and handed them over. All I have are the bright orchid and the snake-tongue flower, she said. Junliang glanced at them and said impatiently, These 2 things are worth 20 gold coins at most. It's not that I don't want to help you, pretty, but you can't make me lose money. Can you? But, his eyes flashed with lust as he said with a grin, If you are willing to be my girlfriend, we can discuss everything. Meng Wu's face fell, and she immediately took back the herbs as she turned to leave. Oh, don't go, Junliang said hastily. You just have to be my girlfriend for 3 months. Why? Don't you want to treat your younger brother? His words were like a spell that made Meng Wu stop and stay where she was. A triumphant smile emerged on Junliang's face as he stepped forward and said, That's right. I'm not asking you to marry me. Even if you want to, I wouldn't agree. I'm a man who's going to be an alchemist one day, and I'll only marry the daughters of nobles. You're worthy of being played by me for only 3 months. How about that? If you agree, I'll give you the resuscitation magic water for free. Meng Wu was shaking with anger, and her lips were bleeding as she bit them too hard. Help me concoct the resuscitation magic water, and I will raise enough money to pay you back in 3 months. Pay me back later? Ha! If your brother is not treated with this magic water, I don't think he'll be able to live that long. Sure, you can pay me back later, but your brother's life is priceless, isn't it? While grinning, Junliang came closer, reaching out a hand to touch Meng Wu. What do you think, my little pretty? I see you are still a maiden, or else I wouldn't give you such a generous offer. Pa! Junliang pulled his hand back as if he got an electric shock, and his forehead went cold from the pain. He hastily rolled up his sleeve and saw a bruise the size of a palm begin to bulge slowly over his arm. Shocked and outraged, he stared at Yun Xiao, who had just struck him, and growled, Who are you, boy? How dare you hit me? Who are you, boy? How dare you touch my girl? Yun Xiao grinned and gave Meng Wu a meaningful glance over his shoulder. At the sight of Yun Xiao, Meng Wu's head was buzzing while what happened that night flashed through her mind. Shame and indignation poured out from the bottom of her heart. Her cheeks flushed with embarrassment, and her eyes were burning with anger. Junliang blanked for a moment, and then said in a cold voice, Your girl? That depends on whether she admits it or not. Do you know who I am? He pointed to his bruised arm and said, Boy, you're in big trouble. Yun Xiao was amused when he heard that. Who are you? I really don't know. He laughed and said, I'm going to wipe that smile off your face. Junliang sneered. I'm an intermediate apprentice alchemist at the Alchemist Association. My master is Master Jiarong, a first-tier alchemist, and my sworn brother is Long Hao, the eldest son of Lord Long Qing, the commander of the Imperial City Guards. If you know what all that means, get down on your knees and apologize, then give me a few hundred gold coins for my injury. Only then will I let you go. Yun Xiao laughed. I know Jiarong and I also know Long Qing, but I have never heard of his son. Oh, I also have a few hundred gold coins. He pulled out a storage bag and threw it on the ground, his eyes flashing coldly. But I dare you to take it. Junliang was taken aback. He did not expect that Yun Xiao would actually take out hundreds of gold coins. Delighted, he bent down and reached for the bag. Suddenly, a cold chill came from his spine and made him shudder. He went cold from head to toe, and a deep sense of fear rose from the bottom of his heart. He looked up in horror and saw a flicker of indifference in Yun Xiao's eyes as they stared at him like he was a dead man. Heavens! What kind of a look is that? Even soldiers who have been through many battles do not have such a deadly gaze. Junliang's outstretched hand stopped in midair, and he was instantly drenched in a cold sweat. He was sure that this guy would kill him if he touched the storage bag. Meng Wu stared blankly at Yun Xiao. His indifferent manner had affected and shocked her deeply as well. To raise money, she had agreed to help Lan Fei in his plan of framing Yun Xiao. She did not expect it to end up so badly. Not only was Lan Fei expelled and she did not get a single coin, but she was even groped all over by this guy. She would never forget what he had done to her. That night, she had secretly wept in her bed, scratched her arms bloody with her own fingernails as she swore over and over again that she would kill this guy. But when Yun Xiao did appear in front of her again, she could do nothing to him but fly into a rage. Perhaps, the mighty figure that descended from the sky in the arena that day had been deeply imprinted in her heart. Little girls always adored heroes, and a strong man was apt to arouse innumerable reveries. She had no idea what a real strong man was, but probably not far from that figure. Brother Hao! Junliang's cry of surprise pulled Meng Wu back from her thoughts. As if seeing a savior, he ran quickly toward a man in armor, then pointed in Yun Xiao's direction and said something to him. With a grim look on his face, Long Hao came over with a group of soldiers. He gave Yun Xiao and Meng Wu a cold glance, then looked up at the sky and said, I don't know who you are, and I don't want to know. Now, I'll give you two choices. You can either kneel and apologize to my brother, leave this girl, as well as the money before getting out of here, or become a cripple and spend the rest of your life in jail. You have only 3 breaths to make up your mind. Long Hao was on duty today, and he was patrolling around with a group of men, which was a boring task. Although Junliang was from a poor family, as he was not weak and his master was Jiarong, who was known as the most promising alchemist, Long Hao was more than happy to befriend him and do him a favor now. Humph! How dare you touch me? I already told you my sworn brother is Long Hao. Keep your eyes open when you walk in the capital, boy! Junliang shouted in a swaggering voice and came in front of the storage bag with 2 steps before bending down to pick it up. Boom! Yun Xiao's figure flickered and Junliang's body flew up like a kite with its string cut in the blink of an eye, before falling into the group of men led by Long Hao. Long Hao's pupils constricted as he and his men quickly scattered, and a loud boom rang out between them in the next instant. Junliang's face was full of blood and a look of incredulity as he said in a trembling voice, "Br brother, my dantian is broken? Crippled. I'm completely crippled." Long Hao looked at Junliang in disbelief, his head reeling. "How dare you hurt my little brother, boy?" he growled. Meanwhile, the soldiers behind him had all drawn their weapons and were ready to fight at any moment. Meng Wu was stunned as well. She did not expect Yun Xiao to be so resolute in his actions, crippling Junliang without even saying a word. Although she thought it was cruel, her heart was filled with an indescribable warmth, and she felt a stinging sensation in her eyes. Yun Xiao said coldly, "I choose the second option. Please send me to jail to have some fun. Brother soldiers, die!" Long Hao roared as he came to his senses at last. His cultivation base of a warrior exploded out in a flash and he pulled out a broadsword, putting all his strength into it as he chopped it down. He was so angry that he had gone berserk. It was rare to have someone from the younger generation in the capital who dared to not give him face. Now that Juliang's Dantian was destroyed in front of him, not only did he lose a friend with a promising future, he was certain that he would be badly beaten by his father when Jia Rong found out about this. A worried look emerged on Meng Wu's face. Although she knew of Yunxiao's background and strength, he was outnumbered, and his opponents were all real imperial guards. These were warriors who licked blood from the edge of their knives, whose actual fighting strength was far stronger than the students who spent all day in academy cultivating. What? How's that possible? Long Hao's strike was powerful, but as he brought the broadsword all the way down, he only heard a faint thud. To his shock, he found that his broadsword, Blue Moon, was caught by his opponent with just 2 fingers. He caught Blue Moon with just 2 fingers? Everyone was shocked. A trace of a smile played about the corners of Yunxiao's mouth as he held the broadsword gently between his fingers, looking like he was enjoying the moon while holding a flower. It seemed relaxed, but in fact it was a very advanced finger technique. Long Hao came to his senses after a brief lapse. He's strong. No wonder he's so firm in attitude. Unseal my Blue Moon. A dull noise rang out of the broadsword as if its sleeping soul was waking up. At the same time, its blade began to pulse while a strong murderous aura spread out in a flash, and its appearance began to change. Yunxiao frowned as he sensed the blade's transformation between his fingers, which were then knocked away. A mystic weapon! Meng Wu cried out and covered her mouth with both hands, her eyes full of horror. Mystic weapons were the exclusive fighting tools for warriors, containing infinite power. Only alchemists could refine them, and each one of them was priceless and hard to come by. My Blue Moon was made of deep-sea cold iron by Master Liang Wenyu, a second-tier master alchemist. Long Hao's eyes flashed with a cold gleam as he gently ran his fingers across the blade. You are the 3rd person to see it unsealed. It is your great privilege to be killed by Blue Moon today. Long Hao performed a few circles with the broadsword, spreading a burst of chill through the air. In the next instant, a streak of cold light drew across the void as he brought the blade down toward Yunxiao once again. It's nothing but a crappy first-tier mystic weapon. A piece of trash for a good-for-nothing. Yunxiao sneered as he took a strange step and moved to the side, then quickly tapped the blade with his fingers, causing a crisp clang to ring out. His feet blurred into motion after that, and his figure could be seen flashing at either side of the broadsword as he continued to tap the blade with his fingers, filling the air with buzzing noises. Long Hao was shocked, and he felt the weapon in his grip seeming to be wailing. Horror-struck, he hastily pulled it back. What's going on? Long Hao was utterly baffled. His Blue Moon, which he had just unsealed, had returned to its sealed state, looking exactly like an ordinary weapon. In his astonishment, he hurriedly poured his primordial chi into it and cried out, "Unseal, Blue Moon!" He shouted a few times in a row, but the broadsword did not show signs of unsealing. Beads of cold sweat began to break out on his forehead, and he was on the verge of bursting into tears. What happens to my broadsword? Is it destroyed? Heavens! I had spent all my money and begged Master Liang Wenyu to craft it for me. Yunxiao folded his arms over his chest and sneered. What other tricks do you have? Show them all to me. Ah! Kill him! Kill him for me! Long Hao had gone completely crazy. While roaring, he threw caution to the wind and rushed over with his men as he raised the broadsword and brought it down with all his strength. Humph! A bunch of shrimps! Get out of here! Yunxiao cried out coldly, then dashed straight into the group of soldiers, leaving numerous residual shadows along the way. As he moved, his fists punched out in blurry motions, dazzling all eyes while striking in every direction through extremely unreasonable paths. Bam! 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 The soldiers could only see a figure flash back and forth around them, and each one of them was punched countless times within the blink of an eye. The round plates that protected their chests were all shattered and a force struck their bodies, knocking them flying backward. Meng Wu gaped at the scene. Yun Xiao was like a butterfly dancing amidst the flowers, with light dots, which were actually primordial qi, flickering around him. It's clearly a dance. Is he fighting or dancing? The martial technique he used was called the Flowery Confused Fist, which was invented by a martial sovereign named Yuan Shishao. A major setback in life had changed this man's temperament, making him a little crazy in everything he did. However, as he was a gifted person with an extraordinary strength, he actually turned away from the norm and invented this fist technique. The secret of this technique lay in the word confused, and when used, it would always take the opponent by surprise and be almost impossible to guard against. Soon, all the soldiers were sprawled on the ground, wailing. The broadsword in Long Hao's grip was snatched by Yun Xiao and his arms were broken, hanging feebly from his shoulders. He was completely deprived of his ability to fight. Although this broadsword is a little crappy, it's still worth some money. I'll take it. Do you have any other good things that you want to give me? Yun Xiao kicked Long Hao in the leg, breaking his bone with a loud crackle. Long Hao fell to his knees as he hissed with a venomous look on his face. My dad is the commander of the Imperial Guards. How dare you rob me of my thing? I'll bring men and destroy your family. Destroy my family? Yun Xiao's eyes grew cold, and he was about to lose his temper when he suddenly smiled and said, I, too, wish you can bring men to my family. Let's see if you can destroy them. Suddenly, a faint cry rang out in the distance. Who's making trouble there? The voice was not loud, but filled with a shocking power. As it rolled over through the air, everyone could hear it clearly and feel a sharp pain in their ears. That's when Long Hao looked over. He seemed like he had instantly found a straw that he could clutch at as he hurriedly shouted at the top of his lungs, My lord, I'm Long Hao, the captain of the 3rd Brigade of the Imperial City Guards. Someone is attacking the Imperial Guards here. Please save us, my lord. 2 men rode side by side on horses along the not-so-spacious street. When the common people on both sides of the street saw the badges on their left shoulders, they all had a look of fear on their faces as they moved out of the way. The badge was made of pure gold, with a sword and a shield carved on its surface, which represented the strongest armed force of the state, the guardians of the state. Who is so bold to attack the Imperial Guards? Put down your weapon and surrender now. Hui Ming cried out in a deep voice as a superior aura emanated from him. His eyes flashed with surprise. Although Yun Xiao appeared to have an extraordinary aura, he was only a 2-stars warrior. Long Hao, on the other hand, was a 3-stars warrior and had so many men with him. So why was he defeated? Huiguang's eyes fell on the broadsword in Yun Xiao's hand, and he was slightly shocked. Brother, take him down, he cried out in a faint voice. Sitting on the saddle, Hui Ming stared at Yun Xiao coldly and said, Are you going to surrender yourself, or do you want me to take you down? You will suffer if you force me to do it myself. A look of contempt appeared on Yun Xiao's face as he said, How do you know it's my fault? You didn't even ask. The Imperial Guards are His Majesty's right-hand men, and they would not wrong you, Hui Ming sneered. It looks like you will not do as I said. Well, I'll have to do it myself then. He leaped into the air from the saddle, swooping toward Yun Xiao like a great bird. As he neared, he reached out his right palm and swung it down like a sharp blade. Yun Xiao was sneering, but he had raised his vigilance deep inside to its highest level. This man was a martial master of the 2 Forces realm, 1 full realm higher than him. Although Lan Xian was a peak 9-stars warrior, which made him just 1 step away from being a martial master, he was no way nearly as strong as a real martial master. However, even when fighting Lan Xian, Yun Xiao had to rely on his insights of the natural rules and borrow the force of heaven and earth. Only then could he defeat the other with 1 move. Otherwise, even if he could still win in the end, he would have to pay a great price. Humph! He snorted coldly as he lifted Blue Moon and slashed it out. Shafts of golden light burst out of the blade, dazzling all eyes. Hui Ming's face fell as he said shockingly, You are merely a 2-stars warrior, so how could you produce such a bright light with the broadsword? It's a mystic weapon. After recognizing the weapon, he no longer dared to counter it with his palm. He hurriedly pulled back his hand and threw out both fists instead. A stream of primordial chi exploded out at the same time like a surging wave, devouring all of the bright light. Boom! Sensing the counterforce coming from the blade, Xianxia lightly took a step back with his right foot and deflected the force, then raised the broadsword before him. Huiming landed some 10 meters away with a hint of surprise flashing through his eyes. No wonder you dare to break the law and commit a crime in the street. It is all because you have a mystic weapon in your hand, he said coldly. But, now that you have run into my brother and me, your evil journey will end today. End my ass. Xianxia bellowed suddenly, and taking the opportunity that Huiming was uttering nonsense. He leaped over and slashed out the broadsword. A sharp whistle pierced into all ears as a streak of golden light flashed across the air. As the difference in their strength was huge, Xianxia had long known that he must keep the initiative in his hands. Otherwise, once he fell into a passive position, his opponent could easily crush him with just the strength alone. Huiming glared furiously at Xianxia, as he did not expect this boy to be bold enough to attack him. Fine, fine. You're looking for death. He laughed out of rage. All of a sudden, he pulled out a copper longsword and slashed it out. 2 golden beams clashed in mid-air, seeming dazzling and splendid. Nether swap, the windy feet of the devils. Several residual shadows abruptly emerged around Xianxia as his true self bent down and spun half a circle, then kicked out his right foot as fast as lightning in a direction that was hard to guard against. Shockingly, his soul was ablaze, and it even kindled the air. Huiming was greatly shocked. He was confused by Xianxia's residual shadows, and by the time he found the foot coming in his direction, he no longer had the time to defend against it. His body shrunk abruptly and drifted backward rapidly for several meters like a falling leaf before he could stabilize himself again. Unseal! After succeeding with the move, Xianxia cried out lightly and threw himself out. The blue moon in his grip let out a deep, muffled rumble as if a sleeping lion had suddenly woken up while a tremendous force surrounded the blade and spread out in waves. With a bright light and an immense cold air, the broadsword slashed down toward Huiming's head. All his moves, from leaping up into the air and slashing out the broadsword, from using the nether swap to the windy feet of the devils, all the way until he unsealed the mystic weapon, were carried out smoothly without even a slight pause. As a peak-level martial sovereign of the 9 Heavens realm in his previous life, Xianxia basically had a certain understanding of all the famous martial techniques in the world, and he could merge them together to his advantage. In addition to that, he knew those lower-level martial techniques like the back of his palm, and could use them at any time he wanted. He knew very well in his mind that in the face of Huiming, whose strength was far greater than his, he had to rely on his rich combat experience and martial techniques to take him by surprise. Otherwise, if Huiming gained a stable ground, he would be defeated with just one move. And just as he had expected, the consecutive surprises had confused the other. Long Hao, who was watching from the side, was utterly struck dumb. Only now did he realize how huge the gap between Xianxia and him was. He was already soaked in cold sweat with fear. But there was one more thing he could not understand. Why could this boy effortlessly unseal the broadsword, which he had failed to, and its power seemed to be stronger than when it was in his hand? Unseal! Huiming was overwhelmed by the attack, and along with his astonishment, his eyes flashed with a great anger and murderous intent. He could not believe he was driven into such a desperate situation by a mere 2-stars warrior. As he let out a furious roar, the copper long sword in his hand radiated a bright light and pierced across the void. Just as his mystic weapon was unsealed, Xianxia's broadsword came slashing down. Clang! The 2 mystic weapons clashed violently, and for some unknown reason, the long sword that had just unsealed was forced back to its normal state under the attack. On the other hand, Xianxia's broadsword was still shining brilliantly as he brought it up and slashed it down once more. Danger! Huiguang's expression changed drastically as he sat in his saddle. As a spectator, he found out at once that the situation was not right. He could not understand why Huiming was suppressed by this guy, when in fact the difference between their strength was so great. But, He could tell that the broadsword seemed to be slashed down with a very powerful martial technique. Throwing aside his honor and status, he hurriedly stepped on the saddle as he unsheathed his sword and stabbed it toward Xianxia. The blade pierced through Xiao's body, but in the next moment, his figure began to distort and vanish into light dots. Residual shadow? When did he? Huiguang was taken aback. But on seeing that Huiming's crisis was resolved, he breathed out a sigh of relief. What a fool! My purpose was to lure you down from the horse. Now, die with him! Xiao cried out as his aura surged to its peak in a flash. Like a god of slaughter descending upon the earth, Blue Moon gradually grew brighter in his grip as it sucked over all the primordial qi in the surroundings. Moon slash! What? He was actually luring me down from the horse and wanted to kill both of us at the same time. Huiguang's mind went blank in an instant, and he could not comprehend the situation. When a 2-stars warrior saw them, he actually tried to kill them instead of trying to escape. Haha! Was this a joke? Just when he was feeling absurd, a sense of death came over him. He's really trying to kill us. A golden glow lit up half the sky, and he instantly believed it as he shouted, "Connected at the heart, two become one." Huiguang and Huiming were brothers, and the martial technique practiced by them was a very rare concerted technique that required the users to be connected at the heart. Only brothers could practice more easily than ordinary people. The two of them were always together just to enhance their spiritual connection. In this critical juncture, they exerted their most instinctive power. The figures of the two seemed to overlap at this moment, and 4 fists were punched out like 2 hands, causing a shocking power to explode out, smashing toward the terrible blade. Xiao's pupils constricted. He had originally calculated everything clearly in his mind, but did not expect that his opponents knew a concerted technique. He smiled bitterly in his heart. I'm going to lose. Bam! Under the impact of the 2 forces, Blue Moon let out a sad cry while the light on its blade faded away. In the blink of an eye, it returned to its normal state and fell to the ground. Meanwhile, Xiao was knocked flying away by the great force, leaving drops of blood in the air before he was slammed into a corner of the street. It was all quiet on the street. Meng Wu, who had witnessed the whole thing, was deeply shocked. What startled her was not only Xiao's strength, which had forced 2 state guardians to join hands. More importantly, she seemed to see Xiao smiling at her when she was in a daze just now, telling her to run while he was being knocked flying away. Although she did not hear anything, Xiao's voice was echoing in her mind. Run! How did that happen? Looking at Xiao lying in blood in the corner of the street, Meng Wu could not move her legs no matter how she tried. But she quickly came to her senses after a moment of blankness. I must run. I must run back for help. The word run struck her in her mind once again. Her eyes flashed with a decisive look as she suddenly started to run quickly toward the academy. Ah, that girl's gone. Get her! Cried Long Hao, startled. But he suddenly realized that no one had responded to his order, because all the soldiers he had brought were wounded and lying on the ground while Huiguang and Huiming were simply beyond his command. With a complicated look on his face, Huiguang glanced at Xiao, who was lying motionlessly in a corner of the street, while a huge wave was surging in his heart. A 2-stars warrior had forced him and his brother to join hands and use a concerted technique, which was something that he did not believe could have happened in the past. He still felt like he was in a trance, as if what happened was not real. He went to Blue Moon, then reached out a hand and performed a grabbing gesture. The broadsword flew into his grip in a flash, and then he looked at it carefully. Despite some minor scratches, the mystic weapon was largely intact. Oh, my lord, this broadsword! Long Hao hurried over with beads of sweat trickling off his forehead, trying to get his weapon back. Huiguang's eyes flashed with a bright gleam as he slid the broadsword straight into his storage ring. Captain Long, we've taken down the criminal for you, so we won't bother you anymore. With that, he and his brother jumped back upon their horses and were about to leave. On the other side, Long Hao was in panic. The broadsword had cost him all his money, and was crafted by Master Liang Wenyu through his father. It was too important and precious to him. My lords, that... We really have to go now, Captain Long. You don't have to see us off. Huiguang's loud voice interrupted Long Hao once again, and then he rode off on his horse. With a look of contempt in his eyes, Huiming followed behind him as well. Ah! Heavens! My mystic weapon! Long Hao felt the sky suddenly darken. Get up, you pigs! Get up right now! He screamed as he kicked the wounded soldiers. Bring this boy back. Since he made me lose my precious broadsword, I will make him regret coming into this world. Meng Wu ran madly down the street. There was only one thought in her mind. Help! I must quickly find someone to help him. She could not get Yunxiao's figure out of her mind, and whenever she thought of him lying on the street covered in blood, her heart ached as if it was stabbed by a sharp knife. I must find someone to save him. After running wildly for a while, she calmed down a little and found herself in a place she did not know. When she looked up, she saw a huge mansion with soldiers guarding the gates. Startled, she walked cautiously over. Suddenly her eyes lit up and her heart was filled with great joy. This is the Li mansion. He is the eldest grandson and the young master of the Li family. I can't believe I've come to the Li mansion. He'll be saved. In the mansion, a man in luxury clothes was admiring a sword in the courtyard. It is indeed a second-tier mystic weapon. Although in a sealed state it already emits such a strong power. I can't imagine what it will look like when it is unsealed. While he was absorbed in complacency, he suddenly saw a servant running toward the inner hall. He frowned slightly and shouted, "Where are you going?" 9527? 9527 was the servant's number. The Li mansion was so large that all the servants' names were erased and replaced by numbers to make it easier to manage. They would be given names only if they did a good job and were approved by their masters. 9527 was the number of a lower servant. Upon seeing the man, 9527 quickly bowed and said humbly, "Young Master E. There's a girl outside the gate who says young Master Yunxiao has been caught by the Imperial Guards. She told this one to inform the master for help." Clang! The radiant sword was sheathed, and the whole courtyard seemed to darken. Li had a curious look on his face as he said in a faint voice, "I thought that piece of trash was wasting his time at the academy? How did he get into a fight with the Imperial Guards?" 9527 shook his head in a hurry and said, "This one doesn't know." Li's eyes flashed with contempt as he snorted coldly and said, "It's no big deal when a piece of trash is caught. Tell the girl that the master is informed of this matter, and ask her not to worry." "Yes, my lord." 9527 nodded hastily and trotted off. He had faked the master's reply, and was so indifferent toward the safety of the Li family's eldest grandson. But 9527 did not feel that anything was wrong. Instead, he trotted off with the reply as if it was the right thing to do. Li Yi took out the sword again with an appreciative look on his face, as if nothing had happened. Meanwhile, Meng Wu paced anxiously up and down the front gate. But she soon got the reply and was relieved. As if she was still a little worried, she asked carefully, "When are you going to save him?" 9527 shook his head and pointed to the sky. "It's up to the top to decide," he said. "How are we, as the servants, to know when that would happen? In any case, the master asks you not to worry." Meng Wu naturally knew that the master, as the servant called him, was Li Chunyang, the #1 veteran of Tianshui's military, who was conferred the Duke of Jingua. In today's court, the 6 most powerful and prestigious men under the king were Xiao Qingwang, the commander-in-chief of the state guardians; Zhong Lishan, the dean of Jialan Academy; Su Han, the president of the Alchemist Association; Zhang Qingfan, the chief alchemist of the Imperial Palace; Li Chunyang, the #1 veteran of the military; and Lan Hong, the prime minister of the court. The first 4 paid little attention to state affairs, so almost all the nobles were attached to the 2 major opposing fractions of Li Chunyang and Lan Hong. Now that Li Chunyang had told her not to worry, Meng Wu should be relieved, but she could not relax at all. Instead, she felt more and more depressed as she walked silently down the street toward the academy. When Yunxiao woke up, he found himself in a dark cell. The meridians on his arms and legs were all severed, and he could not muster any strength. He was slightly shocked as he found that he was not alone in the cell. More than a dozen pairs of dark eyes were all staring at him. He jumped up from the ground with a start. Those blank, despairing eyes looked terrible to him. Where is this place? Oh, you have woken up, boy? A scrawny old man said in a hoarse voice. Hee. This is the Long family's dungeon. You have guts, boy. I heard the guards said that you have broken the Long family's young master's arms. Yunxiao slowly came to his senses as he asked curiously, The Long family's dungeon? Am I not in the capital's jail? The old man glared at him and said, The capital's jail? Is a place where the court keeps felons. Who do you think you are? This place is the Long family's private jail. A private jail? Humph! How dare the Long family set up their own jail? Yunxiao said coldly. When I get out, I'll report this to the court. Get out? Report. The old man burst into laughter such that he began to cough. You're so funny, boy. You've broken their young master's arms, and you still wish to get out of here? When I was young, about your age, I walked past the Long family's front gate and spat there. They caught me and put me in here, and I've been locked up ever since. Oh, I have lost count of the years that I've spent here. Yunxiao gave the old man a glance. Although the cell was dark, he could see clearly. The old man's face was wrinkled like pine bark, and his hair were gray at the temples. He was at least 70 or 80 years old. The old man stopped laughing and pointed toward a middle-aged man squatting beside him. When he was 8 years old, he followed his father into the city to sell vegetables. He merely glanced at one of the Long family's maidservants and was arrested. He is now 48 years old. 40 years. That maidservant must have become an old lady now. Traces of cold sweat oozed out of Yunxiao's forehead. How could this Long family be so lawless? Don't worry, old man, he said. I'm sure I can get out. And when I do, I'll let all of you out as well. The old man obviously did not trust Yunxiao as he shook his head and said, Young man, stop dreaming. Just stay here in peace. However bad this place is, there's a meal every day, even though it's all rotten stuff. The long-term imprisonment had made this group of people completely hopeless about life. Yunxiao stopped explaining. Instead, he pressed his right palm against the ground, then bent his left hand and right leg upward to form a circle as he began to meditate with his eyes closed. He was using the young girl style of the tyrant body tempering technique, which was a pose that could quickly restore body function. As his main meridians were broken, he was barely striking the pose with his flesh. His entire body was trembling violently and his face was ashen, but the gleam that looked like the moon and stars in his eyes remained unchanged. His strange behavior soon caught everyone's attention. After a moment of consternation, sighs could be heard coming through the darkness, followed by a dead silence. Yunxiao clenched his teeth. Wisps of power flowed out of his dantian, but they did not circulate along the path where energy usually did. Instead, under the intriguing pose, they all rushed into the broken main meridians in a unique way and began to slowly repair the damage. The tyrant body tempering technique was the best body tempering technique in the world, and its various postures covered all the methods of cultivating the flesh. Even an individual with a broken dantian could step into the nine heavens realm and become a martial sovereign through cultivating it alone. As soon as Yunxiao started using the posture, the injuries in his body began to repair themselves rapidly, and his trembling body slowly calmed down. Gradually, a unique aura spread from him. Just when Yunxiao was taken captive, Jiarong had informed Zhang Qingfan and Su Han that he knew the method of stimulating acupoints with gold needles, and he could save Princess Ruxue. Both Zhang Qingfan and Su Han were shocked, but when they saw Jiarong's confident look, and considering that there was no better option right now, they decided to give it a try. They were also deeply skeptical about the list of materials provided by Jiarong, but he insisted that all the things must be prepared, and he did not answer any other questions. They could do nothing to him. In any case, if he could really save the princess, these materials were nothing. Soon, all the materials were taken straight out of the state treasury and handed over to Jiarong, But then something frightening happened. Yunxiao went missing. Lo Lord Luo, are you sure Li Yunxiao is really missing? Jia Rong felt nothing but cold, and streams of sweat were trickling down his cheeks. Yunxiang said seriously, "That's right. I've looked all over the campus and asked some of his close friends, but no one knows where he is. Master Jia, I think you'd better get another assistant. The princess's illness can't be delayed any longer." Su Han also said in a deep voice, "The effect of the medicine is weakening. The princess is taking 3 times the daily dosage now, but her condition does not improve at all. If we delay further, I'm afraid the princess will—" "Yes, we can't delay further," Zhang Qingfan said. "Don't you just need an assistant? As long as the princess can be saved, I can be your assistant." How could a young dandy know these things? If you want to teach your disciple, you can always teach him later. We don't have time to wait for him. Jia Rong collapsed to the ground. He could not believe that the chief alchemist of the imperial palace wanted to be his assistant. He felt an extreme heaviness in his chest which made him barely breathe, and he was drenched in cold sweat. Knowing that he could not drag on any longer, he told them the truth. The room became eerily silent. Bam! Zhang Qingfan slapped the stone table and broke it into pieces, sending debris flying in all directions. "Jia Rong!" he roared with rage. "How dare you make fun with the princess's life?" Su Han's face became extremely gloomy as he growled, "Jia Rong, how could you do such a foolish thing? How could you be fooled around by a famous good-for-nothing? How could you believe a dandy young master knows how to stimulate acupoints with gold needles? You really piss me off." With a livid face, Zhang Qingfan shouted, "Put Jia Rong in jail and execute him straight away after this." Upon hearing that, Jia Rong's eyes went dark and he almost fainted. Although his status was high, Zhang Qingfan was the chief alchemist of the imperial palace, who could kill him with just a single sentence. Master Zhang, please trust young Master Yun. He can save the princess." Jia Rong hugged Zhang Qingfan's leg and cried out desperately, "Get away from me!" Zhang Qingfan was so furious that he kicked Jia Rong in the chest and sent him flying away. "Do you have any idea what a sin you have committed? If you hadn't told us that you knew how to stimulate acupoints with gold needles, I would have taken someone to a level 4 alchemist association for help. Now, the medicine can no longer control the princess's condition, and it's too late to get help. Don't you think you deserve to die for your sin?" Jia Rong fell to the ground and spat out a mouthful of blood. He tried to speak, but a few broken pieces of internal organs were stuck in his throat, leaving him unable to utter a word. "Now, what do you want me to tell His Majesty?" In his great rage, Zhang Qingfan was about to leave, but Yunxiang suddenly stopped him. "Master Zhang, wait a minute. Anything else?" Zhang Qingfan said grumpily, "That Li Yunxiao is your student, right? You will also be held responsible when I inform His Majesty about this." After hearing what Jia Rong had said, apart from being extremely shocked, Yunxiang had not said a word. But now she finally spoke slowly. "It was because of Li Yunxiao's hint, either wittingly or unwittingly, that I was able to be promoted to an alchemist this time." Zhang Qingfan froze for a moment, then sneered, "It's normal for a person to get inspiration by accident. Don't tell me you also believe that the boy knows how to stimulate acupoints with gold needles." Yunxiang shook her head and said, "I don't know if he knows it or not, but in a recent fight between students, he had defeated Lan Xian, the Prime Minister's eldest grandson, with just one move." "So what?" Zhang Qingfan felt that his patience was running out. If it were not for the fact that Yunxiang was the commander of the State Guardians, he would have lost his temper. "How's that possible?" Su Han broke in. "I thought it was said that he can't cultivate because all his meridians are clogged. Also, I remember Lan Xian is one of the strongest students in the academy." Yunxiang kept a straight face and said, "Yes, not only did he unclog all his meridians, but the martial technique he used to defeat Lan Xian is also the floating life seal." Floating life seal. That was when Zhang Qingfan's expression changed. Floating life seal. Could it be? Could it be that he is Lord Yangdi's disciple? He said in shock. Yunxiang shook her head and said, I don't know. But, if he really is Lord Yangdi's disciple, it is highly possible that he knows the method of stimulating acupoints with gold needles. Suhan glanced at Jiarong, who was sitting on the ground coughing up blood, and said in a solemn voice, Liang Wenyu told me about this boy's condition before. He said that many of his invisible meridians are broken and could never be reconnected. Now, not only has he defeated Lan Xian, but he was using the floating life seal. This, Zhang Qingfan's face gradually calmed down. After pondering for a brief moment, his eyes gleamed brilliantly and he shouted, Use all the power you can muster to find Li Yun Xiao in the shortest possible time. In a bar near the academy, the customers were mostly students. Luo Landuo was savoring a wine called Moonlight Kiss. It was a very magical drink, because its color could reflect the mood of the drinker. It was blue when the drinker was happy, and black when the drinker was unhappy. She found that the moonlight kiss in her glass was slowly turning black. Yu Hejing did not notice the change in her mood as he just kept talking. Landuo, believe me, it's true. Now, the whole campus is talking about the battle. I know you won't believe it because you didn't witness it yourself. I think even Bai Chengfeng is no match of him, not to mention Lin Yu. Clang. A glass of pure black moonlight kiss was vigorously placed on the table. Lan Duo threw out a few silver coins and shouted, Bill! Senior Yu, she said coldly, looking at the unpleasant-tasting glass of wine on the table. I've told you several times that I don't want to hear what you're saying. Also, don't bother me in the future. I'm stuck in a bottleneck, and I'm going to enter a secluded cultivation for a few days. Goodbye. She left the bar without looking back despite Yu Hejing's obstruction. Damn it, what a poser! Yu Hejing gulped down the glass of liquor in his hand and then growled. How dare a whore who's been played by Lin Yu so many times pretend to be innocent in front of me? I've been courting her for so long, and yet she hasn't even let me touch her. Damn it! Good evening, sir. Would you like a glass of this purple love story? A melodious voice rang out. Meng Wu glanced at Yu Hejing's empty glass and tried to sell her drinks. Perhaps it will suit you well. Yu Hejing gave Meng Wu a glance. He was stunned for a moment, then a glimmer of lust flashed in his eyes. He laughed and said, You look familiar to me. Oh right, you're in the junior class, right? I remember all the pretty girls in the junior class. Yes, I remember now. Your name is Meng Wu. He was overjoyed as soon as he recalled her name. My name is Yu Hejing, and you can call me Senior Yu. By the way, why are you selling drinks here? Don't you think it's a waste for a beautiful girl like you to sell drinks here? He stared at Meng Wu's beautiful face and swallowed loudly. A hint of disgust flashed through Meng Wu's eyes. Suppressing her disgust, she said with a smile, Senior Yu, would you like a glass of love story? It costs only 6 silver coins. Yu Hejing toyed with the empty glass in his hand and laughed. Love story? 6 silver coins a glass? Haha, to hell with the love story. It's so damn cheap. Meng Wu, you're so beautiful. You shouldn't be working here. Be my girlfriend, and I'll give you 100 gold coins every month. What do you think? He reached out a hand to touch Meng Wu's face. Pa! In a fit of rage, Meng Wu slapped him on the arm and said in a cold voice, Senior Yu, please respect yourself. While fuming, she turned and was about to leave. You want to leave? Yu Hejing was already provoked by Luo Landuo, and with all the liquor he had drunk, he immediately lost his temper when even a wine salesperson dared to reject him. Stop right there, he bellowed. I'm going to take you today, regardless you are willing or not. His voice was so loud that it immediately attracted the attention of all the people in the bar. Meng Wu's mind was in a daze. She could not believe there was such a shameless person in this world. Not only did he try to molest a girl in public, but he was so loud and so self-righteous. She was shaking with anger and did not know what to say. Let's go in and have a few drinks. We've been looking for him for most of the day, but we haven't even had any news. I wonder where young Master Yun is hiding. When Han Bai and Chunjin walked into the bar, they were both stunned. What's going on? Why so quiet? Isn't this a bar? Are we in the wrong place? Chunjin asked questioningly. Hanbai saw Yu Hujing and Mengwu at once, immediately crying out, "Hey, look over there! Isn't that Luo Landwa's flatterer? And the girl, wow! She's the one who framed young Master Yun that day." Chunjin strode over and said, "Damn it! I thought Lan Fei was the bastard who framed young Master Yun. It turns out to be you, the useless flatterer. Who are you?" Yu Hujing's face flickered as he snarled, "I don't know any of you." He sent out his divine sense and found that both of them were extremely weak, becoming relieved immediately. "I'll count to 3, get the hell out of here," he said coldly. Hanbai sneered, "How arrogant! Yes, you don't know us, but you certainly know who young Master Yun is, right? Luo Landuo is the girl young Master Yun has a crush on. So how dare you court her? Are you tired of living?" Yu Hujing's heart skipped a beat. They were Li Yunxiao's friends. In the past, he might have looked down upon that piece of trash, but he had no guts to do so now. Chunjin slapped his hand on the table and shouted, "Just because we haven't settled the scores with you doesn't mean we won't. This isn't the campus. Do you believe I'll call a group of men here and kill you right now?" Yu Hujing's expression changed drastically. He knew that all the people following Li Yunxiao were the children of important military officials. This was not the campus, and this group of rich sons could do anything they wanted in the capital. He deliberately put on a look of disdain and said loudly, "I don't have time to mess around with you. I'm going back to Cultivate. Oh, by the way, I don't know this girl, so you better don't put any blame on me." He held his head high and swaggered out of the bar. "If all my people hadn't gone out to look for young Master Yun, I would have made this poser leave this bar on his knees." Chunjin had a disdainful look on his face. "Ignore this piece of trash," Hanbai waved and said, "Damn it. Do you think something might have happened to young Master Yun? Both the Alchemist Association and the State Guardians have been out looking for him. Even an ant in the capital should have been found by now." While frowning, Chunjin sighed and said, "Who knows? Young Master Yun has changed so much recently that I'm not used to it." He suddenly saw Meng Wu still standing nearby, and he immediately said in a cold voice, "Why are you still here? Do you want to have some fun with us?" Meng Wu blushed with shame, but she gritted her teeth and asked, "The young Master Yun you mentioned just now, is he Li Yunxiao?" "Yes, the same young Master Yun who was framed by you," Chunjin said angrily. "Damn it. You didn't set him up again this time, did you?" Meng Wu frozen, and then she muttered to herself, "How can it be? It's been 3 days. Hasn't the Li family gotten him out yet?" "What?" Stunned, Hanbai jumped up from his chair and grabbed Meng Wu's arm as he asked, "What did you just say? What do you know?" Meng Wu became anxious and stammered out the whole story to them. Hanbai and Chunjin looked at each other, their eyes filled with shock and anxiety. "Why didn't you tell us earlier about such an important matter?" Chunjin growled. Meng Wu almost burst into tears. "I went to the Li family and informed them about this, and Lord Li even told me not to worry." Hanbai's face grew dark. "Have you met Duke Jingwa?" She shook her head and said in tears, "No, their servant told me." "No wonder." Chunjin stamped his foot. "This is not good. We better hurry up and bring some men to save him." Hanbai grabbed him. "Wait a minute. The Imperial Guards controlled by the Long family are directly under His Majesty. It is a capital crime for us to bring men to rescue young Master Yun like this. What should we do then?" Chunjin said anxiously. "We can't count on Duke Jingwa. It's been 3 days, and I don't think the situation will change even if we act in such a hurry. We should notify Master Zhang and Teacher Luo immediately. With them coming forward, even the Imperial Guards will have to get out of the way." Hanbai said calmly, "Right. I was so panicked that I forgot this." Chunjin slapped himself in the head and then rushed out of the bar to deliver the message. Hanbai gave Meng Wu an indifferent look and said, "You can't get away from this matter either. Come with me now." Everyone in the bar seemed to smell gossip. After they left, the whole place exploded in an uproar as everyone began to gossip with one another. The Long family, 14-year-old Long Ran was practicing the tiger knuckle fist. This set of martial technique was suitable for all apprentice warriors of the violent type. Although he was young, every punch he threw out was accompanied by a faint tiger roar. "Dad, you're back." He suddenly stopped practicing. Looking at a middle-aged man who came in from the front door, he ran over happily. "Ha ha, Ranner. Your tiger knuckle fist has improved again." Long Qing laughed. "You are much more diligent than your unworthy brother. I'm sure you will become someone great in the future." Long Ran said modestly, "Brother has long been a 3-stars warrior. I still have a long way to go." "Dad, why do you look so unhappy? Is there any trouble?" Long Qing frowned, but then he quickly laughed and said, "You have a pair of sharp eyes. Recently, the whole capital has been looking for a young man, but we haven't found him for 3 days. As the commander of the Imperial Guards, I am naturally under great pressure." "Who is it? Why are you looking for him?" Long Ran asked curiously. Long Qing sighed. "Duke Jinggua's eldest grandson. A good-for-nothing young master. I also don't know why we are looking for him. By the way, where's your brother?" "He has gone to the dungeon. As soon as his arms recovered, he went to look for that guy who broke his arms in the dungeon. He said he wants to make that guy regret coming into this world." Humph! There was a hint of anger on Long Qing's face. "He only knows how to waste time. He is a captain of the Imperial Guards, and yet his arms were broken by someone. What a piece of trash." Long Ran suddenly said, "Dad, that guy was taken captive by brother 3 days ago, and it seems that he is also a young man. Could he be the young master of the Li family you are looking for?" Long Qing froze in place and then shouted, "Long Exan! Long Exian!" A man who looked like a housekeeper trotted up. "My lord, what can I do for you?" With a gloomy face, Long Qing asked coldly, "What's the name of the young man Hauer brought back 3 days ago?" Long Exian was taken aback. After a moment of careful reflection, he said, "I think his name is Yun something. Phew! That nearly scared me to death." Long Qing patted his chest as he breathed a heavy sigh of relief, then waved and said, "So his surname is Yun. It's all right, leave us now." Long Exan answered and turned to leave, but he suddenly added, "Oh, I remember now. His surname is not Yun. His name is Yunxiao, and his surname is Li." There was dead silence in the courtyard. A cold wind blew by, rustling the leaves on the trees. Long Qing suddenly felt very cold. Long Ren said in astonishment, "Dad, is this the guy?" Long Qing was completely frozen, his head buzzing while beads of cold sweat began to roll off his forehead. He thought of His Majesty's sullen face, the furious eyes of Master Zhang Qingfan, and Master Su Han. Although he was the commander of the Imperial Guards, a position with great power, he was basically a worm-level existence compared to these people. Heavens! The guy I was looking for, whom I've dispatched all the city guards to search for 3 days and 3 nights without sleep, is actually imprisoned in my own dungeon. And this guy is Duke Jinggua's eldest grandson, General Feilong's son." Long Ran suddenly muttered, "It's been 3 days. Could brother have killed this guy?" Boom! The words thundered through Long Qing's head, shaking his whole body. He only felt a daze in his mind as the strength seemed to leave his legs. Ah! Suddenly, a scream came from the door before a noise sounded outside. Then, several servants hurriedly ran inside while shouting, "Help! Someone has broken into the mansion. We need guards, quickly." Long Qing's heart was filled with dread, and when he heard that someone had broken into his mansion, he immediately flew into a rage, causing all the sullen air in his heart to turn into a stream of primordial qi. He opened his mouth and a sound wave spread out of it. The voice let out with the lion roar towered into the sky and shook the entire mansion. "Who dares to break into my mansion?" All the animals were frightened as soon as the great lion roared. Long Qing's strength was evident at this moment. To be the commander of the Imperial Guards, he was a great martial master of the 3 powers realm. Although all the people in the mansion were shocked by the deafening voice and their eardrums were aching, they all felt relieved at the same time. Since the master of the family had come forward, They would be safe and the intruders would definitely be killed. Just when everyone was relieved, a voice louder and stronger than the lion roar descended from the sky. The sound wave was forcefully compressed into a line with primordial chi as it plunged into the mansion before exploding. The deafening sound spread from the courtyard, causing everyone to lose their hearing instantly. Many servants even had blood flowing out of their ears as they fell to the ground with headache, struggling with pain. By the order of Commander Luo Yunxiang and Master Zhang Qingfan, we, the Guardians of the State, are taking over the Long Mansion temporarily. Anyone who dares to resist will be executed for treason. The Guardians of the State? They are the Guardians of the State. Everyone in the mansion was dumbfounded as they glanced around, puzzled. Why are the Guardians of the State here? Aren't we the Imperial Guards? Aren't we as close as brothers? Long Qing's heart skipped a beat, and then he felt shivers run down his spine. How could they have arrived so soon? He thought bitterly. In the few blinks, more than a dozen warriors in various outfits appeared in the courtyard. They looked indolent, but they all stared at him with cold eyes. They were from the 4th unit under Luo Yunxiang. Long Qing spread out his divine sense and swept through these men. They were all martial masters, and the badges on each man's shoulder proved that they were indeed the Guardians of the State. Just then, a group of people strode directly through the front door. It was Zhang Qingfan at the head, and behind him were Luo Yunxiang, Suhan, Jia Rong, and other people from the Alchemist Association. Long Qing almost fainted. Suppressing the bitterness in his heart, he hurried forward and asked, "Master Zhang, Master Su, Lord Luo, why are you doing this to me?" Zhang Qingfan cupped his fist and said coldly, "Lord Long, please excuse us." Chun Jin jumped out from behind him and said angrily, "Lord Long, young Master Yun is being locked up in your mansion. No wonder he couldn't be found for 3 days even though the whole capital was searching for him. It turned out that he was taken captive by you." Long Qing's heart turned cold. He was almost certain that his eldest son had captured Yunxiao. He touched the cold sweat on his forehead and tried to struggle with chicanery. "I don't know what you mean." But on the inside, he wished he could beat Long Hao into a cripple now. "Meng Wu, tell us what happened that day again," Yunxiang said lightly. Meng Wu stepped timidly out of the crowd and carefully told the story of that day in front of so many important people. She started from how she was molested by Junliang, to when Yunxiao came to her rescue, and finally was wounded by the State Guardians and then taken away by Long Hao. She explained every detail very clearly. Standing in the crowd, Jia Rong was dripping with cold sweat. He could not believe that this incident was actually caused by one of his disciples. Junliang had claimed himself to be his disciple after attending his classes a few times. As time went by, he did not think so much and took him as his in-name disciple. Of course, he wished he could slap himself in the face right now. He did not expect things to turn out like this. When Meng Wu finished, Zhang Qingfan said coldly, "Lord Long, did you hear what she had said? We will take over the whole mansion temporarily now. If we have really wronged you, I will take full responsibility alone." At his gesture, the men they brought dispersed at once and began to search. Everyone in the mansion was terrified, and no one dared to make a move. Yunxiang said softly, "Lord Long, we would not have dared to seal your residence unless we had concrete evidence. Since matters have reached this stage, you'd better cooperate with us." Long Qing's imposing manner collapsed instantly. "I'm really in trouble this time?" His heart was bitter. Staring at him, Zhang Qingfan asked in a cold voice, "I only have one question for you now. Is Li Yunxiao dead or alive?" "I don't know either," Long Qing said gloomily. "Come with me. It was all my wicked son's doing. I've just found out about it, and then you got here." By this time, he knew it was futile to struggle anymore. The wisest choice in front of him was to cooperate with them and admit his mistake voluntarily. As long as Li Yunxiao was safe, he would have the chance to be forgiven. But if something happened to Li Yunxiao, at the thought of this he felt a chill in his heart. Without hesitation, he quickened his pace and headed for the dungeon. After being locked up in the dungeon for 3 days and 3 nights, Yunxiao's broken meridians had finally mended with the help of the young girl style, and his primordial chi was able to flow freely within him once again. His face showed a happy look as he quickly stood up straight, then sat on the ground motionlessly like a mountain with both hands locked in an incantation gesture. Although his meridians had been completely repaired, his body was still very weak, and the primordial chi in him was almost indiscernible. He was in a state of just recovering from a serious illness. Strands of primordial chi swam out of his dantian and circulated inside his body without any obstruction before returning to his dantian again. With that, he immediately felt that he had regained a small part of his strength. The others in the cell all stared blankly at him for the past 3 days. They thought he was very unusual, and what surprised them was his amazing physical strength, because he had stood like a statue for so long without eating anything. Just then, Xianxia suddenly flicked open his eyes and sighed softly. They came several hours early. I'm in trouble this time. Moments later, a creaking noise came from outside the dungeon, and then the heavy door was flung open with a crash. A group of men walked in with lanterns in hands. There was no light in the dungeon, so all the prisoners closed their eyes when the lantern light shone on their faces, their eyes tingling. Soon, a dozen large candlesticks were lit. Outside the cell was the interrogation room. With bandages and plaster on his shoulders, Long Hao was sitting in a large chair covered with tiger skin. His face was streaked with blood. He had obviously not fully recovered. Staring straight at the cell, he said fiercely, "Drag that boy out. Today, I will make him regret being born in this world." Pa! The cell door was opened and several armored soldiers came in, dragging Xianxia out. Meanwhile, he began to quickly calculate in his mind. A total of 35 men. 12 of them are warriors, and there is a hunchback old man with dim eyes. He is a martial master. It was hard for him to get out now as his strength had not yet recovered, and he did not know the situation outside, so he simply played dead. He closed his eyes and allowed the soldiers to drag him out and tie him on the rack, his hands and feet bound with thick soaked cow tendons. "Wake him up, and be careful not to kill him." Several big guys poured bucket after bucket of salted water on Xianxia, then put on a cold grin on their faces while waiting to see his painful expression. The salted water was added with a special drug which would quickly erode muscles and blood vessels after touching the wound, making the sufferer awash with an intense pain. But to their surprise, Xianxia just lightly opened his eyes and smiled at them. The wounds on his body had long been healed. Although he still looked bloody and horrible, there was not a trace of wound on him. So, when the salted water was poured, it was just washing away the bloodstains on his skin. It was like when a beautiful woman finally stripped naked in front of someone, only to reveal that she was actually a man, as their abnormal mentality of wanting to abuse someone was not satisfied. A trace of anger instantly emerged on the few big guys' faces. They snorted coldly a few times, while Xianxia could read "Just you wait" in their eyes. Long Hao's cold voice rang out, "Boy, open your eyes and see who I am." "Who are you?" Xianxia spat in his direction with disdain. "Do you really think you're somebody? You!" Long Hao was so angry that he leaped out of the chair and rushed over like a gust of wind before punching Xianxia in the chest. "I dare you to talk like a tough guy again." Bam! A burst of force smashed into Xianxia's chest. H! This is so painful. To everyone's surprise, it was Long Hao who let out the scream. He almost dislocated his arm again because he had exerted too much force. A great pain was coming from his shoulder that was wrapped in bandages, making him sweat profusely and fly into a rage. Puke! Xianxia felt a mouthful of warm blood rushing up into his throat. He took a breath and opened his mouth, then spat everything on Long Hao's face. The distance between them was so close that by the time Long Hao found out, it was too late for him to dodge. As a result, he was sprayed with blood and phlegm all over his face, and a pungent smell went straight into his nostrils. "Damn it!" Long Hao cried out in anger and quickly took off his shirt while his men hurriedly handed him towels. He wiped his face with a towel desperately, but the faint foul smell could not be removed. Xianxia burst into laughter and said, "Ha ha! Now I can see who you are. So it is you, the loser. Oh, by the way, where's your precious blue moon? Arg! Bastard! Kill him! Kill him for me! Long Hao roared frantically. Losing his precious broadsword was the greatest pain in his heart. Even more painful than when his arms were broken. That was the mystic weapon he had spent all his money on. With the broadsword in hand, his strength was doubled. But now he had nothing. He was completely angered. No, Brother Hao. Junliang hurried up and said, "This boy knows he is going to die today, so he has deliberately angered you. He wants to be killed quickly. How could we let him die so easily when the feast we have prepared for him has not yet been served?" Hearing that, Long Hao instantly calmed down. While staring at Yunxiao, he said ferociously, "What a clever boy! I almost fell for your trick. Now I'll let you enjoy the feast. Longda, serve him the snack before the main course. 100 lashes. Don't kill him." Yunxiao's eyes were full of puzzles, and he did not seem to have heard their conversation. Just now, when Long Hao punched him in the chest, although his internal organs were bleeding from the impact, the force that rushed into his body was absorbed by his flesh, then converted into a faint primordial chi that finally returned into his dantian. The discovery surprised him, and his mind instantly flashed back to when he and Tyrant Martial Sovereign fought each other. In order to compete for the rank on the Heaven and Earth power chart, the two of them had fought for several days and nights, shattering the Heaven and Earth, and even causing the entire holy city to nearly collapse. In the end, because Tyrant's physique was so strong that he could resist his primordial chi, and Tyrant's advantage grew greater as the battle approached the end, Yunxiao was forced to admit defeat. Looking back now, he instantly understood why he had lost. Tyrant's body could not only resist primordial chi, but also absorb the opponent's forces and turn it to his own. Heavens! How could there be such a freakish cultivation technique in this world? Traces of cold sweat broke out of his forehead. Judging by this, the awesomeness of the Tyrant body tempering technique was not inferior to that of the Great Expansion Divine technique. However, when he went further into thinking, he found a weakness in this technique. Although it could absorb the opponent's force, its practitioner must first bear the opponent's attack and let the force enter the body, before it could be digested and absorbed. There was a huge risk in this. A few punches of an ordinary warrior were easy to bear, but after stepping into the 9 Heavens realm, no one would dare to stand still and let a martial sovereign punch them. Even Tyrant did not dare to let his opponent strike at his body, unless he had no other choice. Phew! I thought this technique was invincible. It turns out it also has a flaw. Yunxiao breathed a slight sigh of relief. All of a sudden, a loud crackle came to him, and he felt a stab of pain on his skin while a faint wisp of force entered his body, quickly absorbed by his flesh. The same few big guys, bare-chested by now, were looking at him excitedly, each holding a whip in hand. Their eyes seemed to be saying, "Aren't you very strong? See what I can do with you now." The surfaces of the whips were covered with small sharp points that took away a large piece of skin and flesh when they struck Yunxiao, washing him with intense pain. Pa! 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 They took turns and started whipping Yunxiao. Blood spilled from him and spattered everywhere. A great pain was erupting all over his body. The whips were also stained with the drug that could corrode the wounds. So not only did he feel the pain, but his skin was festering rapidly at a rate visible to the naked eye. Yunxiao clenched his jaw and simply closed his eyes. Wisps of force came from the whips, weak but continuous, and were soon absorbed into his dantian. Like that, he began to recover his strength in silence. This boy's bones are really tough. After being whipped for so many times, he didn't even utter a cry. The hunchback old man's eyes suddenly glowed with surprise. He knew the pain brought by these whips. Even a martial master would cry for his mother if he were whipped a few times. Junliang sneered. His bones have to be tough so we can have fun. If he begged for mercy or simply died after being whipped a few times, the fun would be spoiled, and all our preparation would have gone to waste. The old man nodded slightly and remained silent. As soon as the few big guys heard the conversation, their eyes flashed with anger. In their minds, Xiao was laughing at them for not exerting enough force by not uttering a single cry. Immediately, they put all their strength into the whips and lashed them out desperately, taking away a large piece of skin and flesh with every strike. After more than 100 lashes, Xiao was completely bloody and did not have a piece of intact skin on his body. The few big guys were so tired that they were panting heavily, seeming to have exhausted all of their strength. A little bit more. Xiao was calculating in his mind. Just a little more and I'll be returning to the peak of the 2 stars realm. He flicked open his eyes and laughed sarcastically. Hey, you wimps! I thought you were very strong with those stout frames. But it turns out you all can't even last a few seconds. Why, don't tell me you already ejaculated after whipping me a few times. How long did you last? Could it be that you all are the legendary 12-seconders? Anger. Fury. No matter how incapable a man was, he could never be accused of being incompetent in this matter. Their necks turned red with rage and their strength was restored to the peak in an instant. In a fit of pique, they jumped forth and lashed their whips fiercely at Xiao's body. Pa! 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 Not only did their strength increase, but the frequency also augmented. Each of them whipped him as if they had gone crazy. Meanwhile, Xiao was overjoyed as one wisp of force after another was absorbed by his flesh, converted into primordial qi, and then deposited into his dantian. After dozens of whips, the primordial qi in his dantian was finally full. He had returned to the peak of the 2 stars realm. Just as he was about to break free from the shackles and jump up to kill these guys, a glimmer of light suddenly flashed in his mind. At this very moment, his bottleneck became loose and he seemed to be about to make a breakthrough. Well, I'll let you whip me for a little longer. To be able to whip me, you have made your short life a worthwhile trip? He continued to clench his jaw and close his eyes as he began to absorb the weak wisps of force, preparing to break through the bottleneck. Stop! But at this critical moment, Long Hao suddenly shouted. The few big guys dared not disobey his order, so they instantly stopped whipping. Xiao's eyebrows frowned slightly and his heart was filled with disappointment. He was confident that he could break through the bottleneck and become a 3 stars warrior with just a few dozens more lashes. By that time, his chances of escaping from here would be greatly increased. I have underestimated you. I didn't expect you to not utter a single cry from all the whipping, Long Hao said coldly. Humph. Since you have performed so well, I'll serve you the main course now and let you have a good time. Ha ha. As he laughed, Junliang clapped his hands with a vicious smile on his face. Immediately, a big guy handed him a bag of powder. Xiao slowly opened his eyes and looked at them coldly. At the moment, he could break free from the shackles and jump up to kill these people at any time. However, his body was too badly damaged, and there was a martial master in the dungeon. He was not sure that he could control the overall situation with one swift move. So, he waited patiently for his chance while taking the opportunity to see what they were up to. With an extremely ferocious expression, Junliang patted the bag of powder in his hand and said, "This powder is carefully concocted by me, called the Mad Eunuch. When consumed, even a eunuch will have his manhood back and be immersed in boundless lust." He pointed to 2 big guys with whips and said coldly, "Come here, both of you." Not knowing what was going to happen to them, both guys exchanged a glance and walked over. Junliang carefully opened the bag, then flicked his index finger and sent a tiny pinch of red powder out, which was inhaled by the 2 big guys and caused them to cough. A few seconds later, their eyes began to look dreamy. Their healthy bronze skin gradually turned pink, and they began to slur while their hands were running up and down across their own bodies. A strange atmosphere spread in the interrogation room. Ah. The 2 soon hugged together, moaning while kissing and licking each other and making all kinds of obscene actions. Blarg! Blarg! Everyone was so sick that they bent down and began to vomit. Even Long Hao felt nauseous at the sight, and he quickly waved and said, "Stop experimenting. Give it to him at once." With a grim smile, Junliang licked his lips and walked step by step toward Xiao. They just took a tiny amount, but This package is all yours. Blarg. Yunxiao could not stand it anymore. The two big guys' actions were getting exaggerated, causing him to vomit even his bile juice out while his eyes shone with an intense killing intent. A feeling that made his goosebumps raise washed through him in a flash and his body trembled violently. All of a sudden, a clear stream of force poured out of his dantian and rushed into his 8 extraordinary meridians. All the acupoints across his skin opened and closed in an instant while the primordial chi circulated a full round in him before converging in his dantian again. The bottleneck, which was already loosened, finally broke through under this disgusting situation. Perverts! Die now! Yunxiao roared as the primordial chi within him burst out of his limbs, breaking the cow tendons that bound his hands and legs. Then, his figure flickered and he pushed both palms straight out, sending a strong force into the package of powder in Junliang's hand. Puff! The force exploded and instantly blasted the powder out of the bag, which turned into a cloud of red dust and, blown by a gust of breeze created by Yunxiao's palm strike, drifted toward Long Hao and his men. As a result, each one of them was stained with bits of powder. Ah! Long Hao turned pale with fright as he quickly grabbed Junliang and said anxiously, "The antidote! Give me the antidote!" Junliang was also sprayed with the powder on his face, and his eyes began to look blurry. He said with a dreamy voice, anti-antidote. No antidote. Brother Hao, come. Let's be wild and we will be all right. Wild my ass. Long Hao's eyes flared as he jumped up and kicked Junliang in the chest with all his strength. As a result, Junliang spat out a mouthful of blood and was knocked flying away, falling onto the ground. Uncle Ma, what should we do? Long Hao felt a chill in his heart as he saw the eyes of more than 30 people in front of him become blurred. It's all because of him. Uncle Ma, kill him quickly, he bellowed. The hunchback old man, Long Ma, was terrified as well. Although he managed to block the powder in time with force, there was still a little bit stuck on him. Feeling a strange sensation seeping into his skin, he hastily suppressed the medicinal strength with primordial chi in horror and growled, "Boy, you are going to die." Just as he was about to attack, a figure suddenly flashed before his eyes. Yunxiao had already struck out before him, throwing both fists at his face. "Humph! You are a mere warrior, and yet you dare to flaunt your prowess before me." He raised his fists in his fury and the withered muscles on his arms bulged suddenly, turning his arms as thick as tree roots while thrusting toward Yunxiao's punch. A cold snort rang out. Universal Soul Suppressor. Demon Moon. Yunxiao's eyes suddenly became extremely strange. The black pupils bent and began to rotate in an instant, turning into 2 blood-red crescent moons which seemed to contain an endless expanse of terror. Ah! Long Ma's face turned blank in an instant, but he woke up immediately after his body shuddered, only to feel a sharp pain coming from his arms. Yunxiao had turned his fists into claws and stabbed all 10 fingers into the muscles of his shoulders, before pulling them down hard. Immediately, the flesh on his arms was stripped off the bones as if cut by sharp knives. Yunxiao's pupils instantly returned to normal, but the cold killing intent in them did not reduce at all. His face was slightly pale, and it was evident that the soul attack just now had consumed a great deal of his spirit. With blood and flesh in his palms, he closed his fingers and threw his fists on Long Ma's chest as the latter was momentarily distracted by great pain. Bam! Long Ma spurted a mouthful of blood as he was thrown away and fell to the ground, before being smeared all over by the powder. At the moment he landed, more than a dozen big guys, who were already delirious while biting and scratching each other, rushed at him one by one as if he was a piece of delicious meat. Soon he was drowned in a mountain of flesh. Yunxiao's stomach tumbled again. He choked back his nausea and looked around, then saw that Long Hao had lost his sense in this short period and joined in this madness of carnality. Blarg! He could not bear it any longer. After retching a mouthful of bile juice, he leaped into the air and carefully avoided the terrible powder, then jumped to the top of the steps. Only then did he breathe a sigh of relief and walk up. From behind him came a burst of beast-like roars and ecstatic cries. He wiped his face, then threw away his blood-stained clothes and took out a new suit from his ring to wear. Only then did he look better. However, due to the soul attack just now and excessive vomiting, his face was still slightly pale. Pa! He destroyed the lock on the door with a slap, and the 2 iron dungeon gates thundered open, allowing sunlight to shine in. He froze in place in an instant. Outside the door, more than a dozen pairs of equally dull eyes were staring at him. Teacher Luo? Skinny Chin? Fatty Han? Why are you here? Yun Xiao said in astonishment. Chen Zhen was the first to react. He asked shockingly, Are you all right? Yun Xiao spread out both hands and said calmly, I'm all right. What could happen to me? This? Chen Zhen looked him up and down with an incredulous look on his face, and then peered into the dungeon. How can you be all right? What's the sound inside? He walked in curiously. Long Qing breathed a sigh of relief, and his heart was filled with an unspeakable sense of respite. Nothing happened to Li Yunxiao. Although he was surprised, it was the best result for him. Wah! Blarg! Chen Zhen's face instantly turned pale as he ran out quickly, squatting aside and retching violently. Chen Zhen, what's the matter with you? Han Bai also peered inside incurious. Zhang Qingfan and the others also felt a little strange. They had all prepared for the worst, but to their surprise, Yun Xiao looked fine and not ill at all, as if he was merely taking a stroll in the park. Zhang Qingfan gave him a few glances and immediately felt that he had an extraordinary demeanor. So, you are Li Yunxiao? What's the sound inside? He too was curious and wanted to walk inside to have a look like Qinjin. Oh, it's nothing. Young Master Long Hao had invited a group of his men to have some fun inside. Yun Xiao shook his head indifferently, but his eyes showed an extremely disgusted look while his face turned pale again. You'd better not go in and disturb them. Oh! His appearance immediately aroused everyone's suspicion and incredulity as they went in to see what was happening one by one. Wah! Blarg! Soon, more than a dozen people rushed out crazily, all squared aside to retch. Even Luo Yunshang, despite several attempts of forcing down the things inside her stomach, could not resist as she began to vomit. Several alchemists, including Zhang Qingfan, shivered and took out various pills and poured them into their mouths like candy before swallowing them. Nevertheless, they soon began to vomit again. Long Qing also ran out and vomited a few times, but his eyes were full of anxiety. With a hand clutched at his chest, he took a deep breath and ran in again. Yet, he ran out once again to vomit a few seconds later. I told you not to look in there. Yun Xiao's face was reproachful. It serves you right not to listen to my advice. Young Master Long Hao's taste is not acceptable for average people. Chen Zhen stood up while trembling, his face deathly pale. Young Master Yun, I didn't know picking up soap is out of trend now. After vomiting for a while, Long Qing began to shiver with rage. Li Yunxiao, what the hell is going on? He bellowed. He had seen his beloved son at a glance in the dungeon, and the shocking scene had made him completely break down. Regardless of the final outcome, as Zhang Qingfan and others had seen this scandal, his family would never be able to raise their heads up in the capital. He was on the verge of going mad. Had it not been for so many people here, he would have dismembered Yun Xiao and fed him to the dogs. Yun Xiao snorted coldly, his eyes gradually turning cold while a chill emanated from him. Lord Long, your beloved son had invited me to be a guest here without any reason, so it should be me who asks you what the hell is going on. Long Qing was startled, and his eyes flashed with surprise. Although Yun Xiao was only a teenager and the strength he revealed showed that he was merely a 3-star warrior, he gave him an unfathomable feeling. It was as if even if he attacked, he might not be the latter's match. Why do I have such a feeling? He consoled himself in his heart. It must be what I saw just now being too disgusting, which is why I felt the wrong way. His face grew cold as he said gravely, I don't know what happened between you and my son, but you are standing here safe and sound now while my son. As he said this, his anger almost gushed out of his eyes. After today, Long Hao could no longer stay in the capital. The aura emanating from Yunxiao soon caught the attention of Zhang Qingfan and Su Han. Both of them were third-tier Grand Master alchemists, and their divine senses were extremely sensitive. They immediately discovered Yunxiao's difference, and they looked surprised at the same time. Zhang Qingfan swallowed a few pills and finally calmed his queasy stomach, then said with a pale face, "Your son has a very strong taste. What does it have anything to do with Li Yunxiao? And this is your residence, so why would your son obey him?" Long Qing was speechless for a moment. He's right. This Li Yunxiao was taken captive by Hauer, so how could he have the ability to defeat Hauer and his men? Does Hauer really have such a fetish? He was immediately dumbfounded. Jia Rong smiled coldly and said, "Humph, like son, like father." When he went into the dungeon just now, he saw his disciple indeed being one of them. He was so frightened that his whole body was drenched in cold sweat. Fearing that Yunxiao would settle the scores with him later, he quickly jumped out to show his loyalty. Upon hearing his words, everyone moved away from Long Qing, keeping a distance of at least 3 to 4 meters from him as they stared at him with strange eyes. Long Qing's face turned pale instantly as he stood there in complete embarrassment. Pointing at Jia Rong, he said angrily, "Nonsense! As the commander-in-chief of the Imperial Guards and a great martial master of the Three Powers realm, how could I be a homosexual? Which of those men inside is not a warrior?" Zhang Qingfan said coldly. Paying no more attention to Long Qing, he turned to Yunxiao as his gaze suddenly softened. "So, you are Li Yunxiao?" Yunxiao nodded slightly and said, "So, you are Zhang Qingfan? Do you know me?" Zhang Qingfan asked in surprise. Yunxiao chuckled. "To your left is President Su Han of the Alchemist Association, and to your right is Teacher Luo, the commander of the State Guardians. As you stand between them, besides His Majesty the King, you can only be Zhang Qingfan or Xiao Qingwang. It was very easy to guess who you are." Zhang Qingfan smiled knowingly as he nodded and praised. "You are indeed somewhat different from the rumors. Do you know how to stimulate acupoints with gold needles?" "I can give it a try," Yunxiao said with a grin. "Give it a try?" Zhang Qingfan put on a straight face and said seriously, "If you are not confident enough, I will not allow you to treat the princess." Yunxiao spread his hands as he made a helpless look and said, "If you don't let me try, do you have any other way?" Zhang Qingfan was taken aback. He pondered for a few seconds, then burst out laughing. "Well, then you can try." After saying that, his face turned gloomy and he said in a cold voice, "If you save the princess, I can protect you no matter what happens to you in Tianshui. But, if you fail, even Li Chunyang will not be able to save your life." What he said seemed to point toward something. Yunxiao's face flickered as he sneered, "My life is always in my own hands." Seeing that the atmosphere was getting a little tense, Jia Rong said hastily, "We shouldn't waste time here. The princess is still waiting to be treated." Yunxiao glanced at Meng Wu and suddenly smiled. "Last time you set me up, but you have brought them here to save me this time. We are even now." Meng Wu flushed with shame, and she wished she could find a crack in the ground to hide in. "It just happens that I need an assistant. Come help me treat the princess," said Yunxiao smilingly. "Me? No, I can't do anything." Meng Wu quickly waved her hands and said, "When I say you can, you can." He turned to Zhang Qingfan and said, "Master Zhang, I need 2 assistants. One is Meng Wu, and the other is Teacher Luo. As for the payment for asking them to help me, I need you to reimburse them for me." Zhang Qingfan was somewhat shocked, but he then nodded and said, "As you wish. Everyone is at your disposal now." Yunxiang was delighted in her heart, and she gave Yunxiao a grateful look. Stimulating acupoints with gold needles was a legendary technique that only a few senior alchemists in the continent had secretly mastered. No alchemist would miss the chance to witness it. "Young Master Yun, didn't you say you wanted me to be your assistant?" Jia Rong asked hastily. Yunxiao's face darkened. "Junliang is your disciple? I'm finished this time," Jia Rong thought as shivers ran down his spine. He wiped beads of cold sweat from his forehead and said anxiously, "He used to be my disciple, but I have expelled him in my heart just now. In fact, I didn't care about him since a very long time ago. Ah, it's true. Don't go, young Master Yun. Listen to me, young Master Yun. Actually, I don't know him at all. Don't go. In a secret ice chamber on the 4th floor of the Alchemist Association, Wuxia wore a white dress and lay on a pale blue jade bed. Her face was so blue that it almost looked purple, and there were 5 faint dark red lines streaked across it. Moreover, her vitality was very weak right now. After glancing at her, Zhang Qingfan's face grew unsightly. This jade bed can slightly suppress the princess's illness, but it has obviously reached its limit. Yun Xiao sighed. My soul power is too weak. Otherwise, I should have discovered her condition, and it wouldn't have been delayed until now. He waved and said, You all can go out now. Meng Wu and Teacher Luo will stay here with me. Yunxiang could not help but ask, Do we just need a gauze curtain and 30 gold needles? No other things. She was a little nervous. Li Yunxiao, do you really have the confidence? Resting his chin on his hand, Yunxiao was lost in thought, and his appearance made Zhang Qingfan very nervous. Li Yunxiao, tell me honestly, how sure are you? If your confidence level is too low, I'll inform His Majesty now. The meaning in his words was obvious. If Yunxiao failed, it might be time to bid farewell to the princess. Everyone's heart sunk and was not optimistic about the situation. After all, Yunxiao was too young, and stimulating acupoints with gold needles not only required an extremely precise control, but also no margin of error in terms of sequence, timing, and intensity. According to their estimation, it was fortunate to have a 30% success rate. Yunxiao sighed and said, If the princess was a man, I could treat him face to face, and the success rate would be 100%. But she is a girl, so I can only stimulate her acupoints with flying needles while standing within 15 meters on the other side of the gauze curtain. In addition, I was greatly frightened by young Master House Fetish just now, and my spirit is still a little weak. If all the factors are added up, I am about 90% sure. Stimulating acupoints with flying needles. Did you just say you are going to stimulate her acupoints with flying needles while standing within 15 meters on the other side of the gauze curtain? Zhang Qingfan felt a mouthful of blood rushing up into his throat while his head was buzzing. So, the purpose of the gauze curtain is to avoid direct contact with the princess. The success rate is 100% for face-to-face treatment, and 90% for using flying needles. Suhan sucked in a cold breath. Somewhat dazed, he said, It turns out that stimulating acupoints with gold needles is such an easy technique. I thought it is a very advanced method. But when he finished, he suddenly shook his head hard and said, No, this is not right. I once heard the master say that it requires at least the soul power of a 5th-tier alchemist or a well-seasoned skill to successfully stimulate acupoints with gold needles. Yunxiang was stunned for a moment as well. Then her face suddenly grew dark as she shouted angrily, Do you think you are Lord Yang Di? A success rate of 100%? Stimulating acupoints with flying needles? The princess's life is at stake now. You'd better be serious. I'm already very serious, Yunxiao said with a wry smile. Since you know Wuxia's life is at stake, you should stop disturbing me. Let's start the treatment now. Meng Wu, I want you to hold the princess. Teacher Luo, help me put up the curtain. Zhang Qingfan grabbed the gauze curtain and threw it out with force. In a fit of rage, he shouted, To hell with the curtain! You will stimulate the princess's acupoints face to face. The princess is extremely precious to us. I won't allow you to take this matter lightly. Yunxiao's eyes grew wide as he glared at Zhang Qingfan. It is because she is very precious to you that I have to treat her from the other side of the curtain. To stimulate acupoints with gold needles, the patient must strip naked. If Wuxia's naked body is seen by me, and then His Majesty commands me to marry her, how am I going to refuse? Damn it, are you trying to set me up? I won't fall into your trap. Everyone fainted in an instant. Zhang Qingfan felt a little dizzy. This was such a serious matter, and yet Yunxiao made it look like a child's play. He had a feeling that this guy seemed to be playing with him. Just then, Yunxiao's expression suddenly changed. Staring at Rushua's face, he said in a deep voice, "The 5 terminated meridians are about to converge in her head. If you delay me any further, her life force will completely vanish when the 5 gather together. By that time, even a 9th-tier sovereign alchemist will not be able to save her." Everyone turned to look at the princess's face at the same time. Sure enough, the 5 tiny dark red lines had grown longer and begun to spread to the top of her head. Zhang Qingfan's heart tightened as he cried out in a low voice, "Leave Luo Yunshang and Meng Wu here. The others, follow me out, now." With that, he turned and left. Now that the arrow was on the string, even if he was really being played, he had to brace himself and bear it. Everyone looked gloomy as well and walked out of the ice chamber with all sorts of moods. Meng Wu, take off her clothes. Teacher Luo, hold up the curtain. Li Yunxiao, have you had enough? The consequences of this matter are beyond your ability to bear, so you better take it seriously, Yunshang said angrily. Pa! Yunxiao opened the box containing the gold needles, then bent his finger and flicked it without lifting his head. Teacher Luo, I'm going to puncture your cloud gate acupoint, and the needle will go 7 millimeters deep into your skin, he said softly. A faint whistle rang out. Yunshang's pupils constricted as she saw a wisp of golden light flash before her, and then felt a faint tingling sensation on her shoulder blade like that of a mosquito bite. When she looked down, she saw a gold needle as thin as hair stuck in her cloud gate acupoint. Having gone exactly 7 millimeters deep, she was struck dumb instantly, her eyes full of horror, while a great wave was surging in her heart. Her undergarment was sewn with gold thread, which had a certain resistance to primordial qi. The strength required for the gold needle to penetrate it could not be controlled at all, not to mention it had to puncture exactly 7 millimeters into her flesh. Besides, how did he know she was wearing a gold-threaded undergarment? Yunxiao chuckled. When we were outside just now, I noticed a slight golden glow on your neck, so I figured you are wearing a gold-threaded undergarment. It's in fashion with girls nowadays. In addition, you are wearing 3 coats, and there are 6 meters between us, so I've used 30% of my strength to throw out the needle. Is there any deviation? Yunshang's face turned pink with embarrassment. She could not calm down when she realized a man knew what kind of undergarment she was wearing. So, even though her heart was filled with great shock, she shouted angrily, Li Yunxiao, you really have a big mouth. Yunxiao laughed. Let's get started quickly. In fact, I am confident only when I use flying needles. How can I calm down when Rushua is stripped naked in front of me? Although she is young, she has everything of a mature woman, like her ample bosom. Enough! A gleam of shyness flashed through Yunshang's eyes. The gauze curtain spread from her hands and immediately separated Yunxiao from Rushua. She then calmed down a little and said softly, You may begin now. Meanwhile, Meng Wu nervously took off Rushua's dress and held her carefully. A faint whistle rang out. Wisps of golden light flashed across the air as Yunxiao's flying needles began to pierce through the curtain, one by one, and stick into the acupoints on Rushua's body. Yunshang's pupils constricted as she focused all her attention on each of Yunxiao's movements, memorizing them as clearly as possible in her head. The group of men outside the ice chamber was very quiet, and no one dared to breathe loudly, because Zhang Qingfan's face was extremely unsightly. No one dared to provoke him at this time. But soon, Suhan finally could not help asking, Zhang, do you think this Li Yunxiao is messing around? Zhang Qingfan narrowed his eyes and said in a deep voice, Now that we have reached this point, we have to bear all the consequences even if we were to eat shit. With a gloomy and murderous look in his eyes, he turned to stare coldly at Jia Rong, causing the latter to shiver with fear as beads of cold sweat dripped off the forehead. Pa! The door of the ice chamber suddenly opened, and everyone's heart gave a jerk with the sound. They all turned around and saw Yunxiao walk out leisurely. What's the matter? Hasn't the treatment started yet? Zhang Qingfan asked. The princess's illness cannot be delayed any longer. It's done, Yunxiao said lightly. It's done? Everyone was stunned. So fast. It had only been a few minutes. Was he playing with them? Their hearts filled with a feeling that they had been tricked. Jia Rong's head was reeling and he almost passed out on the spot. He seemed to have seen himself dismembered by the furious Zhang Qingfan. Li Yunxiao, how dare you? Zhang Qingfan finally exploded with the rage that had simmered for a long time and rushed over. How dare you fool us with the princess's life? I'm going to slice you into pieces today, even if Li Chunyang is here. Pa! A figure flashed past as Yunxiang appeared in front of Yunxiao and gently blocked Zhang Qingfan's fist. Master Zhang, what he said is true. The princess is healed, she said softly. A total silence reigned in front of the door. For a moment, Zhang Qingfan felt that his brain could not function properly. He healed. The princess is healed? Yunxiang, since when have you become so facetious? Su Han's figure flashed as he bolted straight into the ice chamber. Soon, a shocked voice came out of it. I can't believe this. The princess is healed. All the people outside the door sucked in a cold breath at the same time, and then glanced at each other in horror. The princess's serious condition, which had troubled them for more than a decade, was solved by this teenager in only a few minutes? Jia Rong felt he had exhausted all his strength in an instant and collapsed to the ground. Of course, he was relieved on the inside, because his life was finally saved. Looking at Yunxiao's cold eyes, Zhang Qingfan became a little embarrassed. Traces of sweat oozed from his forehead as he said hesitantly, How can it be so fast? Is this a lie? Heh, hee. He managed a few laughs, but his expression looked very awkward. Heh, my ass, Yunxiao scolded. It was only 18 needles in total. It will only take me a brief moment to hack you 18 times with a knife, so how long do you think it will take me to treat the princess? 3 days and 3 nights? I can't believe you are the chief alchemist of the Imperial Palace. What an idiot! Everyone gaped while Han Bai and Chunjin opened their mouths wide enough to fit a watermelon. It was unusually quiet outside the door once again. Did he just scold the chief alchemist of the Imperial Palace as an idiot? Heavens! Even His Majesty the King dares not to do that. Is this boy insane? Everyone was sweating profusely. Jia Rong's heart, which had just calmed down, jumped back up to his throat in an instant. He struggled desperately, wishing he could immediately get up and quickly disassociate himself from Yunxiao. Heavens! I don't know this boy. Don't get me into trouble, he cried wildly in his heart. Zhang Qingfan was stupefied as well. He could not remember how many years had passed since he had last been called an idiot. He was only an intermediate apprentice alchemist back then, and was often knocked on the head and scolded for being an idiot when he was purifying ingredients for his master. It had been years since he had heard this adjective. He himself felt strange too, for he should have been flown into a rage now, but he was not angry at all. Instead, he was somewhat sad. You? Call me an idiot? Aren't you? Yunxiang cried out in cold sweat. Li Yunxiao, don't talk nonsense. Apologize to Master Zhang right now. Apologize. Yunxiao laughed coldly and walked away without paying any attention to the terrified faces of the crowd. He can come to me when he has learned how to use flying needles. Then I can consider apologizing to him. Everyone looked at each other and could not believe that he dared to say such a thing. Yunxiang felt dizzy as she said quickly, I'm sorry, Master Zhang. Zhang Qingfan shook his head somewhat dejectedly and sighed. It doesn't matter when one starts learning. The one who discovers the truth should be the teacher. He is right. It was one's strength that counted in this world. Zhang Qingfan's statement was obviously an attitude of admitting defeat. While the crowd was silent, their hearts were filled with extreme shock. Now that the princess is healed, you may all leave. I plan to stay here for a few days and observe her condition. Zhang Qingfan waved and walked straight into the ice chamber, his expression a little bleak. The crowd left silently one by one. Han Bai and Qinjin also planned to go back, but Luo Yunxiang caught them. Soon, the 3 of them left the Alchemist Association together. You two are the closest to Li Yunxiao. Do you know why he has changed so much recently? The soaring cultivation base and superb medical skills are by no means achievements that can be attained in a short period of time. Yunxiang went straight to the point. The 2 of them were silent. Li Yunxiao, who had always needed their care, suddenly left them far behind for no apparent reason and became an existence they needed to look up to. Yunxiang stared at them coldly. Don't tell me you don't know. Even if he had been keeping a low profile because he wanted to hide his true strength, he would never be able to hide it from you. I'm sure you can see some clues. They exchanged a glance, both looking blank. Chen Zhan said playfully, Teacher Luo, you are his head teacher. The fact that you have made him into a student who even Master Zhang had to admit inferiority to shows that you are really good at teaching. Pa! Yunxiang slapped him on the back of the head and cut off his words. After pondering for a while, her eyes suddenly flashed with a glimmer of light, and then she said seriously, Do you think Li Yunxiao's low profile has something to do with the current situation of the Li family? Chen Zhen and Han Bai's faces grew grim. With her eyes gleaming, Yunxiang said thoughtfully, Just when everyone thought he is a loser and an insignificant person, he suddenly stood up under the limelight. For a person who is so scheming and can endure for such a long time to stand on the stage at this time, perhaps he has already made all the preparations. Perhaps something big is going to happen in the Li family. Duke Jinghua is in a life and death reclusion, Han Bai said in a deep voice, and he has made Li Yi in charge of the Li family. Now, the whole Li family is under the control of this guy. Even General Feilong, who is guarding the frontier in the northwest, can't do anything to him. Could it be that the rumor is true? Chun Jin's face also became extremely unsightly. Rumor has it that Duke Jinghua was not in a life and death reclusion, but was imprisoned by Li Yi. Otherwise, how could he be given such great powers, when he is merely an adopted son who was given the surname of Li? Although young Master Yun's recent performance is amazing, the Li family is still being supported by some elders. It should not be time for him to stand up, Yunxiang said lightly. Maybe there have been changes we don't know about, and Li Yunxiao must have gotten some support to make him dare to stand up. This technique of stimulating acupoints with gold needles and the floating life seal is the best proof. If there is turmoil in the Li family, it will definitely affect the foundation of the state. You should also be prepared. Han Bai said coldly with a determined look in his eyes. I've long hated that Li Yi. As long as young Master Yun stands up, we will always stand by him and support him. Many of Duke Jinghua and General Feilong's subordinates don't like Li either. Chan Zhen chimed in. As long as young Master Yun stands up and raises the flag, they will definitely support him. Then, he suddenly asked, Teacher Luo, if young Master Yun and Li Yi had a fight, which side would you take? Han Bai pricked up his ears, eager to know the answer as well. Luo Yunxiang's status was above them all, so if she was willing to help Li Yunxiao, the odds would be even better. Yunxiang said lightly, I am a commander of the State Guardians, and that makes me on His Majesty's side. Both Chun Zhen and Han Bai looked disappointed upon hearing that. But then, she smiled and added, However, Li Yunxiao is my student. Yunxiao was walking on the street when he suddenly sneezed several times. Feeling strange, he said to himself, I'm so healthy and I haven't caught a cold. Why did I suddenly sneeze? Yun, young Master Yun. A voice suddenly rang out and then Meng Wu ran up to him from behind. At the sight of him, her face flushed and her eyes grew nervous. Yunxiao smiled through narrowed eyes and said, Oh, I was just wondering why I sneezed for no reason. It turns out that I'm going to be lucky in love. Meng Wu bit her lip as she summoned up her courage and asked, Can you help me take a look at my brother? Knowing that she was raising money to buy medicine for her brother, Yunxiao took out a bag of gold coins from his ring and threw it at her. 1,000 gold coins! Meng Wu gasped as she looked at the storage bag in her hand. Hastily, she handed it back to Yunxiao and said, It's too much. I can't take it. Yunxiao took her left hand and put the bag in her palm, then smiled and said, This is the reward you deserve for helping me save the princess. Meng Wu shook her head and said, But I didn't do anything. I just helped the princess change her clothes. Although you had only helped her change clothes, it was actually a matter of life and death. Yunxiao laughed. If you didn't come and I was forced to change her clothes, do you think I could carry out the treatment when there was a naked beauty in front of me? The princess's situation would be even more dangerous then. Therefore, in the whole treatment process, what you did was the most critical part. Meng Wu was somewhat struck dumb. She never thought this could be a logic. She knew Yunxiao was trying to help her. As a result, she felt a warmth flowing through her that made her want to cry. While holding the storage bag tightly in her right hand, she bowed her head and sobbed, "Thank you. I've helped Lan Fei frame you, but you still helped me like this. I'm sorry. It's fine, and I didn't suffer any losses last time. If I have the chance, I want to try a few more times." Meng Wu knew at once what he meant when she heard him. She blushed like a ripe apple, almost smoking up. Yunxiao laughed. "What's wrong with your brother? Do you want me to go and see with you?" Meng Wu was overjoyed. Although she did not know of Yunxiao's true strength, it must be extraordinary as he was able to cure an illness that even the chief alchemist of the imperial palace could not. Thinking that, she hurriedly led Yunxiao in the direction of her home. She lived in a house near the capital, 4 hours away from the academy. Even though both of them were not weak, it took them half the day to arrive there. No wonder you have opened 7 chakras at such a young age and are only 1 step away from becoming a warrior of the origin realm. It turns out that the effort it takes you to travel between the academy and your home is worth a secluded cultivation, Yunxiao teased. Meng Wu's cheeks reddened. The house in the capital is too expensive for us to afford. Through chatting with her along the way, Yunxiao learned that her father was once a brave captain who served the state. He had lived in the city with her brother and her, but had died on a mission 3 years ago. Since then, their source of livelihood was cut off and had to live on a meager monthly pension. As a result, they were forced to move out of the city and live in the suburbs. Fortunately, both she and her brother were sensible and talented. She was admitted to Jialan Academy last year at the age of 15, while her younger brother, Meng Bai, had opened 5 chakras at the age of 14, showing that he had an even better talent than her. Everything was seeming fine. However, starting from this year, Meng Bai suddenly became absent-minded all day long and was in a coma for a long time, while his body was shifting between cold and warm for some unknown reason. In order to raise money to cure her brother, Meng Wu took up many part-time jobs, which was also why she had agreed to help Lan Fei frame Yunxiao. Her home was an ordinary house. Although the furniture was simple, the interior was clean and tidy. As soon as Meng Wu entered the house, tears immediately rolled down her cheeks when she saw her brother lying in bed. She sobbed and said, "He's been like this for 4 or 5 months. I've had many apprentice alchemists come to see him, but there is nothing they can do. I can only use resuscitation magic water to keep him alive. However, the effect of the potion is getting weaker and weaker. I'm really scared. I'm scared every single day." Her mental state seemed to have broken down at this moment, and she threw herself on Yunxiao's shoulder while bursting into tears. The pressure that a 15-year-old girl had suffered for a long time poured out like a bursting dam. While smelling the faint fragrance of a young girl, Yunxiao patted Meng Wu's hair gently and comforted her. "It's all right. I'm here now. As long as Meng Bai is not dead, he won't die even if he wants to." After crying for a while, Meng Wu realized that she had forgotten herself, so she covered her nose with a hand and sobbed softly. Yunxiao's shoulder was soaked with her tears. "This is—" Yunxiao glanced at the young man lying in bed in surprise. His face was colorful and he was weak in vitality. He gently pinched at several acupoints on the latter's body with a finger. All the spots where his fingertips touched turned dark in color, with wisps of faint black gas drifting out as if he had been poisoned. "What's going on, young Master Yun?" Seeing this, Meng Wu became very anxious. She had never seen anything like this. Yunxiao was stunned for a moment before he uttered a few words. "Heaven-earth venomous body. Heaven-earth venomous body?" Meng Wu's head was reeling. Although she did not know what the illness was, it was scary enough just to listen to the name. She asked while weeping, "Can he be cured?" "Cured?" Yunxiao shook his head. Meng Wu burst into tears again. "Didn't you say that as long as he is not dead, he won't die even if he wants to, now that you are here? Please, you must save my brother. As long as you can save him, I will do anything for you." Traces of cold sweat oozed out of Yunxiao's forehead. Do not tempt me into committing crimes. I will think otherwise when you say like that. He glared at her and said, Don't cry. The heaven-earth venomous body is not an illness. So how can I cure him? It's like you are a girl, and I want to cure you into a man. Would you agree to it? Meng Wu sobbed. If this is not an illness, then why is he like this? There are many people in this world who are different from the moment they were born, Yunxiao explained carefully. For example, men and women are different, and everyone's talent is also different. There are some extremely rare existences called special constitutions. People with these special constitutions will have obvious differences from ordinary people. This heaven-earth venomous body is one of such special constitutions. What should we do? Since you can find out what's wrong with him, there must be some way to cure him, right? Meng Wu asked nervously. Yunxiao slapped himself on the forehead. I've wasted my breath. I've told you this is not an illness, so it doesn't need to be treated. Although I have not seen the heaven-earth venomous body in real life, I have read it in some records. The reason your brother becomes like this is because he is too weak, and the toxicity in his body is too strong for him to control. He just needs to restrain the toxicity and then constantly improve his strength through cultivation, and everything will be solved. Startled, Meng Wu asked, What about the poison in his body? Yunxiao shook his head and said, There is no need to get rid of it. He has the heaven-earth venomous body, and it would be strange if there was no poison inside him. As long as his cultivation speed can keep pace with the growth rate of toxicity, everything will be fine. The toxicity in his body is still very weak now, but it will become stronger in the future, making him a venomous king of the generation. Let me wake him up first. He took out more than a dozen gold needles and carefully stuck them on Meng Bai's skin. As soon as they were inserted into his acupoints, they began to turn black and were seriously corroded. So strong. Yunxiao frowned. He slapped Meng Bai on the top of the head, and all the corroded gold needles immediately jumped out of the acupoints, pulling out wisps of black gas that began to sizzle and burn when they were touched by the air. Help me lift him up, Yunxiao said as he sat cross-legged down in front of Meng Bai. Meng Wu's heart jumped to her throat. She quickly helped Meng Bai up and said anxiously, Even stimulating his acupoints with gold needles didn't work? What should we do now? By stimulating acupoints with gold needles, Yunxiao had cured the 5 Yin's terminated meridians that even Zhang Qingfan and Master Suhan had failed to. However, it did not work on her brother, which made her extremely scared. It's all right. I'll just suck the poison from his body into me, Yunxiao said casually. With both hands locked in a hand seal, he lightly rested them on Meng Bai's shoulders. With that, a stream of black gas immediately began to spread onto his body. You! Meng Wu's pupils constricted as she cried out in horror. How can you do this? What will happen to you if you suck the poison into your body? Yunxiao snorted indifferently. I'll be slightly scared if he was a perfect heaven-earth venomous body, but your brother has only opened 5 chakras. The poison inside him will not be too strong. What I suck over will be digested as a tonic. As a tonic? Meng Wu's eyes grew wide. As she watched streams of black gas pouring into Yunxiao's arms and turning him completely black while color gradually returned to Meng Bai's face and his vitality slowly recovered. She was so moved that tears began to fall down her cheeks. Since her father died, no one had ever bothered to help her so much. Even if someone did help her, it was because they coveted her beauty and would eventually show their true colors. Yunxiao had risked his life to help her, which filled her tough heart with warmth and moved her to tears. Yunxiao's eyes were closed, and there was a weak sucking force around his body, making him look like a huge whirlpool. A large amount of black poisonous gas rushed straight into his body along the meridians on his arms and began to corrode his extraordinary meridians, flesh, and blood. This level of poisonous gas also wants to erode me? Humph! I am the only one in heaven and earth, the one chi of destiny. As Yunxiao shouted in his heart, a golden light burst out of his dantian and rushed into his 7 chakras. All of a sudden, 7 glows of different colors broke out from the top of his head to his feet. and were quickly connected into a line by the golden light. The black poisonous gas all over him began to shrink rapidly, and his skin color was gradually returning to normal. Meng Wu stopped crying as she stared blankly at the changes in Yunxiao and the improving complexion of her brother. Soon, her heart began to fill with joy. The black poisonous gas was compressed into a mass by Yunxiao and put in his qi, its amount ever increasing. But the primordial qi in his dantian was rotating like a nebula, slowly absorbing these poisonous gases and converting them into the purest energy to fill his qi. This is indeed innate energy. TSK. TSK. I'm blessed. Yunxiao's heart was filled with ecstasy as he started absorbing even more crazily. The cultivation of warriors involved the absorption of primordial qi of heaven and earth for their own use, to fill their qi and improve their energy level. In addition to absorbing primordial qi directly from heaven and earth, most warriors would cultivate their qi by absorbing primordial qi from primordial stones. After all, primordial stones were a kind of or that stored a lot of primordial qi, and its effect was much better than absorbing directly from the heaven and earth. However, with the continuous improvement of warriors' levels, their requirements for primordial stones would also get higher. At the later stages, even supreme-grade primordial stones could only improve the energy to a limited extent. Therefore, high-level warriors had to spend a lot of supreme-grade primordial stones every time they cultivated. This was when the role of alchemists became apparent, because they could refine various advanced materials into pills containing huge amounts of energy, the effect of which was great after the warriors consumed them. It was also why senior alchemists were extremely distinguished. Refining pills was to rearrange the energy contained in various materials with the soul power into a form that could be easily absorbed by warriors. In this process, a legendary alchemist accidentally discovered a way to absorb primordial qi directly from materials with soul power, and after in-depth research, he finally invented a soul skill called One Qi of Destiny. The invention of this soul skill had greatly made up for the deficiency of alchemists in the cultivation of their martial arts. It could greatly strengthen the cultivation of their martial arts in a short time, thus complementing their alchemy attainment and enabling them to advance to a higher level. And, when compared to using supreme-grade primordial stones, the cultivation speed was dozens of times faster when an alchemist directly absorbed primordial qi from 9th-grade materials. But, people soon discovered the flaws in this soul skill. Because it merely used advanced materials as higher-grade primordial stones, and only a small part of the energy in the materials could be sucked out, it caused a lot of waste. The materials that could surpass the energy contained in supreme-grade primordial stones were at least 5th grade or above. Furthermore, taking the loss into account, alchemists needed materials of 8th grade or above to waste. Only then would it be better than absorbing directly from supreme-grade primordial stones. However, the energy contained in 8th grade pills refined from 8th grade materials was hundreds of times more than what was directly absorbed from the raw materials. In the beginning, many rich alchemists did not hesitate to waste materials in pursuit of speed. But as they advanced, they found it more and more difficult to support the huge consumption. In the end, many people knew this soul skill, but few cultivated it because no one had the financial resources to waste like this. The One Qi of Destiny could only absorb innate power produced by heaven and earth. As Meng Bai's constitution was the heaven-earth venomous body, the poison inside him was also a kind of innate power. Therefore, it was directly sucked out by Yunxiao and digested as tonic. However, with his current cultivation base, he could not completely relieve the toxicity. So he used a secret method to condense the toxicity, wrap it with primordial qi, and hide it inside his dantian. When his strength improved in the future, he could easily eliminate it. As the toxicity gradually decreased, Meng Bai's complexion completely recovered. Slowly, he opened his eyes and mumbled, "Ugh! Where am I? Meng Bai! Meng Bai! Are you all right?" Meng Wu was so happy that she wept tears of joy. Putting her arm around Meng Bai's neck, she said, "You've finally recovered, sis." Meng Bai recognized Meng Wu and saw Yunxiao at the same time. "Who is this?" he asked with surprise. Meng Wu wiped her tears and said, "This is my classmate, Li Yunxiao. You can just call him Young Master Yun. It was he who saved your life. Thank him quickly." Thank you for saving me, young Master Yun. Meng Bai knew his own condition, but he was now unprecedentedly relaxed and comfortable, and all his symptoms had been completely cured. Realizing this, he hurriedly rose to his feet and expressed his gratitude. Yun Xiao put all the poison into his dantian, then slowly opened his eyes and said, "Why do you have so little poison in your body? It isn't enough for me. Fancy that you have the heaven-earth venomous body. You need to produce more poison in the future." After sucking all of the poison in Meng Bai's body, Yun Xiao felt that his dantian was full, as if he had just absorbed hundreds of primordial stones. The effect was much better than his usual cultivation, so he obviously wanted more. He clicked his tongue and said, "When I get back, I will refine you some pills that can stimulate your toxicity. As long as you consume them regularly, the poison inside your body will become stronger and stronger." Meng Bai laughed and said, "Ha, sis, this young Master Yun really can joke." Yun Xiao's face darkened as he said coldly, "I never joke. Boy, it is your blessing to meet me. Well, if you kowtow to me 3 times, I will accept you as my disciple." Meng Bai froze for a moment, then burst into laughter when he saw Yun Xiao talk like an old man. "Ha, you want to accept me as your disciple? Young Master Yun, how old are you? I think you are about the same age as my sister, which makes you 1 year older than me. And yet, you want to accept me as your disciple? If I want to have a master, I will find a martial master who can at least become a state guardian." The Guardians of the State was the strongest armed organization in Tianshui. In the world that advocated martial arts, it was undoubtedly the most sacred and legendary place in the minds of all the young people. Yun Xiao felt angry and sad at the same time. I am no match for a martial master. In his previous life, the existences of martial master level were not even worthy of licking the soles of his shoes, and he could kill tens of thousands of them with 1 strike. But now, seeing a flash of displeasure on Yun Xiao's face, Meng Wu hastily knocked Meng Bai on the head and cried out, "Young Master Yun is young, but he is a genius in martial arts and alchemy. You are lucky to be able to acknowledge him as your master. Hurry up, kowtow to him and acknowledge him as your master." She knew Yun Xiao's strength, and it was enough to be Meng Bai's master. Besides, the poison in Meng Bai's body was not completely gone, and she was counting on the former to save him. Meng Bai said hastily, "Sis, I'm your brother. You can't set me up." As she saw Yun Xiao's face getting unsightly, Meng Wu was so anxious that she hit Meng Bai hard on the head again. "How could you say that? I've worked so hard just for you. You really piss me off." In desperation, her tears began to fall again. As soon as Meng Bai saw her crying, he panicked and said, "Sis, don't cry. I was wrong. I'll acknowledge him as master now." He hurried down from the bed, then walked in front of Yun Xiao and knelt to kowtow 3 times seriously. "Please accept my kowtows, master." Yun Xiao nodded and said, "I know you are unconvinced now, but it doesn't matter. I'm very poor now, so I don't have a gift for you. But I will teach you a set of supreme body tempering techniques called the Tyrant Body Tempering Technique, which happens to match your body constitution. Your future achievements will be limitless." Meng Bai felt extremely strange when he saw Yun Xiao talk like an old man, but he said honestly, "Thank you, master. However, warriors are all practicing martial arts. You'd better teach me a set of powerful martial techniques. I want to learn Tiger Knuckle Fist. I wonder if you know it." Yun Xiao almost coughed up a mouthful of warm blood while he felt his head reeling. The peerless body tempering technique of Ao Changkong, the tyrant martial sovereign who ranked number 1 on the heaven and earth power chart, was not as good as a set of Tiger Knuckle Fist in this boy's eyes. "You will learn whatever your master tells you to learn. Don't be so choosy." Meng Wu gave him a good kick. She had seen Yun Xiao use the floating life seal, and she was envious of it. She thought that if her brother wanted to learn something, it must be the floating life seal. It was better for him to agree to learn this body tempering method first, so that when young Master Yun was satisfied with his performance, he would teach him the floating life seal later. Yun Xiao choked back the mouthful of blood and said coldly, "I don't know anything about Tiger Knuckle Fist. You must practice this tyrant body tempering technique." whether you want it or not. There are altogether 18 styles in this technique, and I'll teach you the first 3 styles now. After you have mastered them, you will be able to suppress the toxicity inside your body. Meng Bai was overjoyed as soon as he heard that he would be able to suppress the toxicity in his body once he had mastered the first 3 styles. Thinking that, he quickly learned it by heart. Yun Xiao did not avert suspicion and let Meng Wu watch from the side. The brother and sister thought the postures were too abnormal and funny. But because Yun Xiao was here, they did not dare to laugh and had to remember them carefully. That's all. Although there are only 3 styles, you have to practice hard day and night. Do not dishonor my name. As for martial techniques, when you make the breakthrough and become a warrior of the origin realm, I will choose one that suits your body constitution to teach you. Really? Meng Bai's eyes lit up as soon as he heard the word martial techniques. Master, what martial techniques do you know? You can't teach me one that is inferior to the tiger knuckle fist. Meng Wu's face was also full of anticipation, knowing that Yun Xiao knew a lot of martial techniques. Yun Xiao's face turned blue completely. He was knowledgeable, and he really could not think of any martial technique that was inferior to the tiger knuckle fist, which was merely an entry-level martial technique. Basically, anyone could master this technique, and it was also the most basic martial technique. No one had ever taught Meng Bai, and he had only heard the name of tiger knuckle fist. He felt envious whenever he saw someone using it. Although Meng Wu was studying at Jialan Academy, she had not yet become a real warrior. Hence, the academy would not teach any martial techniques to her. Yun Xiao sighed. Don't worry. I naturally know what to teach you. What you need to do now is continuously strengthen your body and improve the innate toxicity inside you as much as possible. This is the way you should go. He glanced at some stones piled up in the corner of the room and said with surprise, Are these raw ores of primordial stones? Yes, Meng Bai replied. I used to follow Uncle Shi and others to mine the ores. But then I stopped because the toxicity in me exploded. These raw ores were piled up here a long time ago. Their quality is not very good, so they can't be sold for a good price. Yun Xiao went to the corner and looked through the pile of raw ores, vaguely sensing an aura. Soon, he picked up a slightly dark stone and observed it carefully. This doesn't seem to be the raw or of a primordial stone. I picked it up because I felt an energy in it, Meng Bai said with surprise. With a little force from his fingers, Yun Xiao quickly peeled off the rough skin of the ore, revealing a purple stone with a lot of impurities. His eyes flashed with joy as he said hastily, Where did you pick up this stone? Is there more in the mine? I found it in the 5 Peaks vein outside the city. The main vein is under official control, so we were digging in some smaller veins nearby. There should still be more of such stones. After pondering for a moment, Yun Xiao said, This kind of stone is very useful. It is called the purple sunstone, which is a kind of 5th-grade material and can be used to construct gravity arrays. If I am not wrong, the gravity hall in Jialan Academy is constructed with a large number of purple sunstones. It can be used to construct gravity arrays? That means it is very valuable. Meng Bai asked shockingly. Yun Xiao nodded and said, Yes, it is very rare for the Academy of a state to have a gravity chamber. Although purple sunstone is only a 5th-grade material, it is rarely sold on the market due to its unique nature. In general, only the top powers on the continent are capable of constructing gravity chambers. Moreover, the price of the purple sunstones depends on its weight. This one has too many impurities, but because it is so large, the purple sunstone extracted from it can produce a gravity field of almost 3 meters in diameter. Meng Bai's eyes lit up instantly. But when he saw Yun Xiao put the stone directly into his own ring, he immediately said with a sad face, Master, how could you take the thing that belongs to your disciple? Yun Xiao said shamelessly, It is a waste to put this thing with you. I'll keep it for you now and give it back to you when you need it later. Despite Meng Bai's complaint, he took the stone and left. But before leaving, he did not forget to remind. Remember to practice those 3 styles hard day and night, and try to stimulate the poison inside your body. When the time comes, I'll come and help you suck out the poison. He did not forget the benefit of absorbing the poison, which could greatly augment his primordial qi. After leaving Meng Wu's home, Xiao muttered to himself, I can't believe I've taken a disciple with the heaven-earth venomous body. With his super-strong body constitution, this boy's future achievements will certainly be one of the best among my other disciples. After thinking for a moment, he walked toward the Alchemist Association. It's time to refine a mystic weapon for myself. Since I've accidentally found a purple sunstone, the refining method I originally planned to use will have to be slightly modified. Every Alchemist Association had an array that could enhance the refining process, which could help alchemists complete refining to the greatest extent. However, when the alchemist's level reached a certain level, the effect of this array was negligible. Even so, as Xiao was currently only a first-tier alchemist, the enhancement brought to him by the array was still very considerable. As soon as he stepped into the Alchemist Association, he was immediately recognized by the sharp-eyed Lu Yao. She hurried up to him and said, Master Li, Master Zhang and President Su are looking for you everywhere. Her tone had become extremely respectful and her attitude was humble, making her expression look somewhat stiff. Why are they looking for me? Could it be that there's an unusual change to the princess's condition? Xiao cocked his head and thought for a moment, but found it unlikely. I'm here to borrow your enhancement array. Lu Yao made a gesture of invitation. You'd better meet Master Zhang and President Su first. Please follow me. Although she did not know about Xiao's treatment of the princess, she could see from the expressions of the senior alchemists in the association that the president and others held him in high regard. Xiao did not like this at all, but when he thought that he still needed their help, he reluctantly followed her. When she saw the impatience on his face, Lu Yao could not help but smile bitterly in her heart. When others heard the two masters summoning them, they would all jump to their feet with excitement. But this boy was so impatient. She did not know what he was thinking. Xiao followed Lu Yao to the third floor and entered a spacious room. Inside, not only did he see Su Han, but Zhang Qingfan was there as well. At the sight of him, both men's eyes flashed with joy. As if not daring to be arrogant, they quickly stood up and nodded to him, which was a way to greet someone of an equal level. Lu Yao was so shocked that she almost bit her tongue. She did not dare to stay much longer and left quickly after greeting them. Xiao took the gesture calmly as he walked straight to the front of the two men, then sat down with his legs crossed. What do you want from me? The two men exchanged a glance and saw a wry smile in each other's eyes. Zhang Qingfan took out an invitation card and handed it to Xiao. This is an invitation to the feast thrown by His Majesty for his subjects. The feast has two purposes. One is to celebrate Luo Yunshang's promotion to an alchemist, and the other is to celebrate the princess's cure. Besides you can bring 5 people with you. Xiao took over the gilded invitation card and pondered for a moment before putting it away. Is that all? Zhang Qingfan saw that he was a little impatient, so he put on a wry smile and went straight to the point. We want to know. Are you Lord Yangdi's disciple? No. Zhang Qingfan's eyes were full of doubts. What about your floating life seal and the technique of stimulating acupoints with gold needles? Xiao interrupted him directly. If there's nothing else, I'll leave now. He was not in a mood to talk to them about this, and he could not make it clear at all. So he stood up and was about to leave. Zhang Qingfan was taken aback. No one had ever dared to be so disrespectful to him. He looked at Su Han and immediately saw the helplessness in his eyes. So he said with a bitter smile, Young Master Yun, why are you so impatient? The purpose of inviting you here is to thank you for saving the princess's life. Old Su and I have prepared this little gift for you. There were 2 jade boxes on the table, one large and one small. Zhang Qingfan pushed them in front of Xiao and looked at him smilingly. Xiao opened the small jade box while frowning, and saw a small and exquisite badge lying quietly inside. It was made of some kind of unknown material, neither gold nor jade when he held it in his hand. He was surprised as he said, The badge of a second-tier alchemist? Su Han smiled and said, Young Master Yun, the fact that you can stimulate acupoints with gold needles proves your strength is far above the second tier. However, this place is only a 5th-grade branch of the Alchemist Association, and I only have the right to issue second-tier badges. So, you have to suffer the injustice temporarily. If you want to get a higher grade badge, you must be verified at the 4th grade branch. Yunxiao thought for a moment and then put the badge into his ring. This thing is very good indeed. Ignoring other benefits, just the monthly salary is a lot of money. Thank you. Suhan showed a knowing smile as he pointed toward the larger box. Young Master Yun, take a look at this. Yunxiao smiled faintly and said while lifting the lid, I don't need to look at it to know that it's a mystic weapon. As he had expected, inside the box lay a long silver sword in a red scarf, giving off bits of cold light. The ripples on the blade made it look like a pool of spring water that was full of spirituality. One could tell it was not an ordinary weapon by merely glancing at it. This sword is named Spring Water, a 3rd-tier mystic weapon. It is the proudest work in my life. What do you think of it, young Master Yun? Zhang Qingfan said triumphantly, but there was a look of unwillingness flashing in his eyes. As both of them wanted very much to learn the technique of stimulating acupoints with gold needles, he had to give up his proud work reluctantly. The technique of stimulating acupoints with gold needles was far more valuable than this mystic weapon. At first, the two of them were worried that it was the secret technique of Yang Di and could not be taught to others. However, after hearing that Yunxiao was not Yang Di's disciple, they naturally did not have any worries, and hence, took out this treasure. Yunxiao took up the sword and studied it for a while, then praised, Not bad. Although there are still many flaws, it is a remarkable achievement for you to refine a mystic weapon of this quality with your strength of a 3rd-tier alchemist. Zhang Qingfan and Su Han's faces grew dark. What Yunxiao said really pissed them off. It was such a rare treasured sword, and yet he said it still had many flaws? Yunxiao glanced at them and said with a faint smile, Are you not convinced? The main material of this sword should be dark water elusive iron, a 4th grade material. According to your thinking, you must have the opinion that the higher the grade of materials, the better the refined mystic weapon will be. However, with your 3rd-tier strength, you cannot understand the true structure of the 4th grade material, so you can only change its form with force. Although the mystic weapon thus refined is of 3rd grade, it is not as stable as those refined with 3rd grade materials. And, although it is more powerful, it has higher requirements for the warrior, and is easier to break and damage. His words immediately stunned both of them, causing them to become lost in thought. They had never thought about this problem. They just wanted to improve the quality and grade of the mystic weapon. Yunxiao chuckled as an aura of a grandmaster gradually spread out of him. It was as if he had returned to his previous life when he was lecturing the alchemists from all over the continent at the headquarters of the Alchemist Association. First of all, you have already made a big mistake in the selection of the main material. Secondly, the supplementary materials are also wrong. You have used all the 4th grade materials. Since you cannot control their true structure, how can you fuse them in harmony? You just relied on soul power and true fire to repeatedly force them together. Although you succeeded in the end, the finished product is not a complete sword, but a patchwork of stitches. Zhang Qingfan stared blankly at his spring water. The mystic weapon, which he used to be very satisfied and proud of, had suddenly become a failure in his eyes, like something that was simply pieced together with building blocks. The more he looked at it, the more problematic it became. Su Han's eyes were also blank, and he had fallen into deep thought. Both of them did not dare to say a word and listened carefully to Yunxiao's explanation. Finally, I would like to touch on the refining method and the choice of the true fire. True fire is not necessarily the stronger the better. Master Zhang, you should be using the inner fire of a demon beast, right? A demon monster of fire attribute. With it, you have directly damaged the water element power of the dark water elusive iron. In addition, your refining method is simple and rough, and there is no good integration of every step. What do you expect from the finished product which you've refined like this, besides its grade? By the time Yunxiao had finished, both men were completely stupefied, and their eyes were staring blankly at the sword. Just now, the more they looked at it, the more problematic it became. But now, the more they looked at it, the crappier it became. How could something like this be called a sword? It was clearly a piece of scrap metal. Master Yunxiao, how can we refine high-quality mystic weapons? Zhang Qingfan asked carefully, not daring to breathe too loudly. In his eyes, Yun Xiao was no longer a mysterious teenager, but a master of alchemy. Su Han also breathed carefully and pricked up his ears to listen carefully. Both of them were thirsty for knowledge right now. At their level, there was no one to teach them alchemy, especially in the state of Tianshui. They could only learn something through continuous efforts to explore themselves. Therefore, the relationship between the two of them was unusual. They were friends as well as teachers to each other, learning from each other and improving together. But now, a man suddenly appeared who instantly opened a road ahead of them, paving a bright sunshine avenue through their once dim and obscure future. They seemed to have faintly seen the higher level on the road of alchemy waving at them. Such an opportunity was absolutely rare, so their hearts were extremely excited and their expressions had become extremely humble, which made them look like a pair of primary school students asking for advice. Yun Xiao laughed. It happens that I'm going to refine my own mystic weapon. I will borrow your refining room. As for how much you can learn, it all depends on yourselves. As for how much you can learn, it all depends on yourselves. Such a statement was said by a 15-year-old teenager to two third-tier great alchemists. If this were known to others, their minds would definitely be blown. However, Zhang Qingfan and Su Han only paused for a moment, and then their faces immediately showed exultation. Although they did not know Yun Xiao's true strength, at least they knew he was better than them in knowledge and cognition through the conversation just now. As the saying went, it doesn't matter when one starts learning. The one who discovers the truth should be the teacher. It was extremely precious for one to learn a little knowledge in the field of alchemy. Everyone valued their own old broomsticks, and ordinary alchemists could only make slight progress through their own hard exploration. It was especially the case with the two of them. At their level, it was hard to make progress by relying on their own research, so they would not miss any opportunity at all. Su Han immediately gave out the order, and one of the best alchemy rooms was soon vacated. In addition to Su Han and Zhang Qingfan, Yun Xiao also asked Jia Rong to join them and watch. Jia Rong was even more excited. Last time, he had missed the opportunity to learn how to stimulate acupoints with gold needles because of Junliang's incident, which made him very regretful. After the event, he had summoned all his disciples and students and seriously reprimanded them, then asked them to cultivate in seclusion and not cause trouble outside. Otherwise, he promised he would expel them. That had frightened all his disciples, and since then, they had restrained themselves a lot. The auxiliary refining array was placed on the 5th floor of the Alchemist Association. There was only one array on the spacious 5th floor, which looked similar to a teleportation array. It was densely carved with complicated lines, giving off a primitive and steady aura. Tianshui's infrastructure is indeed amazing, Yun Xiao praised. There is a gravity hall in Jialan Academy, and right here in this 5th-tier Alchemist Association you have an auxiliary refining array. This is really beyond my expectations. With it, the refining process will be much simpler. Su Han laughed. These were all constructed when Lord Yangdi was here. Yun Xiao nodded and said, Jia Rong, help me prepare some materials. They are all common things, and the association should have them. He read out a succession of names, and Jia Rong quickly noted them down in his heart. When he had finished, the latter scratched his head and asked in surprise, Aren't these the raw materials for pills? That's right. I've just taken in a disciple and I plan to refine some pills for him, such as detoxification pills and origin-impacting pills. The level of this auxiliary array is higher than I expected. I can refine the pills together when I refine the mystic weapon. Su Han, Zhang Qingfan, Jia Rong. Yun Xiao frowned and said, What are you still doing here? Quickly prepare the things I need. Jia Rong said with a wry smile. Young Master Yun, just leave refining such simple pills to me. You'd better concentrate on refining the mystic weapon. Was this a joke? Yun Xiao was going to use an array to refine a mystic weapon and pills at the same time? Jia Rong had never heard anything so outrageous. It was not easy for him to have another chance to watch Yun Xiao in action, and he did not want to see a failed refinement. Yun Xiao's face immediately grew dark. Jia Rong, It turns out that you are not interested in watching me refine. I haven't talked to you about the last time. Wait a moment, young Master Yun. Give me 5 minutes. Jia Rong's face fell as he bolted out like lightning. By the time he shouted that, he was already several flights down. Su-Han swallowed and said helplessly, Master Yunxiao, I've never heard of anyone using 2 separate arrays to refine at the same time, let alone using the same array for 2 different kinds of refinement at the same time. With his expression remaining unchanged, Yunxiao said calmly, You've not only heard it now, but you are also going to see it with your own eyes soon. Zhang Qingfan gave Su-Han a gentle push and shook his head lightly. Then the two had a brief communication with their eyes. A young man like him is quick-tempered, impulsive and fond of mischief. When he fails to refine and suffers a setback, he will naturally correct himself. Let him do whatever he wants for now. Soon, Jia Rong rushed back and poured out the materials from a storage bag he was carrying. The raw materials Yunxiao requested were all common materials, and he had brought the entire stock and piled it up on the ground. Yunxiao examined the materials and was satisfied with the quality, after which he walked around the array. From among the various refining instruments placed around the array, he chose a pill cauldron and tapped it lightly, causing it to produce a hollow sound. All right, this is the one. He lifted the cauldron and threw it to the left side of the array before slapping it and sending the lid up into the air. Then, he casually reached out a hand and performed a grabbing gesture. With that, all the materials on the ground flew into the cauldron. Finally, the lid fell back down with a bang. Young Master Yun, didn't you say you were going to refine 2 types of pills? Jia Rong asked in surprise. Yunxiao answered, To save trouble, I put the materials into the cauldron together and will refine them at the same time. What? Refining 2 types of pills in the same cauldron? Putting all the materials together? Jia Rong was dumbfounded. And you are going to refine a mystic weapon at the same time? Now even Zhang Qingfan could not keep his cool. He felt his head was spinning. Heavens! Does this boy really know alchemy? What's the matter with me? How could I let him do this? And I even addressed him as Master Yunxiao. His mind was full of question marks, and he even began to doubt his intelligence. Why would he believe this boy? Su-Han was about to pass out as well. Both of us are almost 100 years old. But why are we horsing around with this boy? It's all our fault that we were fooled by those words he had said earlier. Now when it comes to real action, his true nature is exposed. I should have just asked him directly for the technique of stimulating acupoints with gold needles. Why was I so stupid to agree to watch him refine a mystic weapon? Heavens, I even gave him a badge of a second-tier alchemist. What's wrong with me? The 2 men watched Yunxiao sullenly as he misbehaved there alone. In their minds, they had judged him as a rich son who could only talk big and do nothing, and had accidentally learned how to stimulate acupoints with gold needles from somewhere. What made them even more depressed was that they were among the most prominent figures in Tianshui, and yet they were blinded by him for a while. If this were to spread, their faces would be lost. Just when the 3 had their own thoughts, Yunxiao finally began to move. After he took a gentle step, his body suddenly rotated in the center of the array, and his feet seemed to follow a strange set of steps which matched the incantation gestures of his hands. Every time he took a step, he sent a corresponding hand incantation gesture into the array. Streams of violent primordial qi burst out of the hundreds of primordial stones mounted in the perimeter and poured into the array. Washed by the primordial qi, the primitive and complicated lines on the array became active like the meridians in the human body. However, not all lines had primordial qi flowing through them, and only a few parts in the middle of the array were exuding a strong array intent. Soon, wisps of true fire ejected from several array eyes to heat up the cauldron, while several streams of void fire spurted out from other array eyes on the other side of the cauldron and condensed in the air, getting stronger and stronger. What is going on? Su-Han's gloomy face froze instantly. The whole array is only partially activated. Isn't the array one whole thing? Could it be that this boy's strength is too weak, so that he can only activate a part of the array? Zhang Qingfan was a little overwhelmed as well, and he said shockingly, The array can only be activated successfully or fail to be activated. How can it be partially activated? It should be because this boy's strength is too weak. But why does this true fire give me a much stronger feeling than when we usually use it? A bunch of wimps. Shut up and watch. Yunxiao's voice rang out of the array. This psyche-formless auxiliary array formation is composed of 48 basic arrays, which correspond to 48 basic refining methods. Under their interactions, it can derive countless kinds of auxiliary effects, which is the reason why it can become a powerful auxiliary formation. If it is fully activated every time, it will take a lot of mind and soul power just to keep the whole formation running. How can one refine under such a heavy load? I just want to refine first-tier pills and a first-tier mystic weapon, so I have only activated 12 basic arrays, which will derive 108 auxiliary effects. That's more than enough. Heavens! So that is what is it? Gods! I can't believe this is what it is. My goodness! Is this still a simple refinement? You might as well kill me. The depression in their hearts vanished in an instant and their pupils were left wide open, their faces covered with horror and incredulity. Although some of Yunxiao's movements were still difficult for them to understand, they could not contain their excitement and their bodies were trembling violently. At this moment, all three of them eliminated all kinds of thoughts in their minds and did not dare to blink their eyes. They knew that in the dim, obscure, difficult-to-walk road of alchemy, a new door was opening for them right now. A ray of sunshine began to shine through the crack of the door. In refining, every part of the alchemist's mind and strength must be used at the most crucial point. Therefore, the selection and activation of arrays is a very important step. A good alchemist must also be a master of the array. The fact that Yang Di was able to construct this array formation here proves that his achievements in array far exceed yours. As he was explaining, the raw materials were thrown one by one into the true fire in the void and began to be calcined. His divine sense was doing two things at the same time, controlling the fire on both sides and the refining degree of various materials. Yun, young Master Yun God, you are a god. Jia Rong was trembling as he watched. Didn't you say every part of the alchemist's mind is very important? Then why can you still talk to us while refining? This? Yunxiao's face darkened as he said angrily, Fool! Do you think I want to talk? I did this because I'm worried that you idiots won't understand. Fine, I'll stop talking now. Watch and learn yourself. Jia Rong suddenly felt a chill, which made him suck in a cold breath. Right then, he immediately saw two murderous glances fall on his face. Zhang Qingfan and Su Han were staring at him with their bloodshot eyes like two wild beasts on the verge of going berserk. The anger on their faces could almost crush him, and their ferocious eyes seemed ready to devour him alive. Plop! Terrified, his legs gave up under him and he fell to the ground, covering his mouth and hating himself for saying the wrong thing. No, young Master Yun. I was wrong. Humph! Yun Xiao snorted coldly and ignored him, instead devoting himself wholeheartedly to refining. With his current soul power, it was indeed very difficult to refine three things at the same time. Fortunately, his physical strength was extremely tough, and he could rely on strong techniques and skills to make up for the lack of soul power. In fact, this also surprised him a lot. The strength of the body had a much stronger auxiliary effect on refining than he had expected. Yun Xiao's entire set of movements was natural and smooth like floating clouds and flowing water, giving people a sense of extreme aesthetic. The hearts of all three were filled with great shock. I had no idea that refining could be so artistic. As time went by, the movements of his body gradually slowed down, but the speed of his hands performing incantation gestures increased. All of a sudden, a flash of light burst out of his eyes as he said coldly, Now, it is enough to stabilize the true fire of the cauldron in a certain range, because the pills are in the stage of taking their shape. Next, you will focus on how I refine the mystic weapon. His hands were constantly performing various complicated incantation gestures. Under the control of his palms, streams of true fire spat out of the array at the mystic weapon and the cauldron like flaming dragons. It was especially the case on the right side of the array, where the flames wrapped up a brilliant mass of liquid about the size of a football that was suspended in midair. There was a constant sizzling sound coming from the mass of liquid. All three of them knew it was caused by the burning of the impurities. Xianxia's meticulous control of rhythm and movements had completely captured the eyes of the three. His every move was like a wonderful art, shocking people's hearts. Before long, the impurities in the mass of liquid seemed to have been almost completely burned off, and the sizzling sound became fainter and fainter. Black lines began to flow on the surface of the spherical liquid, and slowly grew larger until the whole thing was completely turned into a mass of ink, constantly changing its form in the void. This is the original state of refined iron. Zhang Qingfan's pupils constricted rapidly, and he could not help but shout out loud. He realized at once that he had lost his composure and hastily covered his mouth with one hand, but the horror in his eyes could not be concealed. When the other two heard what he said, their bodies trembled as they stared at the ever-changing mass of ink in the air with disbelief. But they found it was flowing slower and slower, as if it were about to coagulate. A first-tier alchemist should use first-grade materials, so that you can deepen your understanding of the structure of various materials. Even if it is just ordinary refined iron, you can use it to craft a mystic weapon when you can extract its original state. Xianxia explained coldly. He did not dare to talk much now, and his face began to look pale. The exhaustion of his body and spirit was extremely huge. He took out a piece of purple ore and threw it directly into the mass of ink. It was the purple sunstone he had taken away from Meng Bai. After the piece of purple sunstone was thrown in, a sizzling sound was once again heard coming from the mass of liquid. Soon, clouds of purple mist rose rapidly from it, and immediately filled the entire alchemy room. However, all three were alchemists who had strong soul power, so this fog barrier could not affect their eyesight. They opened their eyes wide and stared at the mass of refined iron in its origin state. Except for Jiarong, Zhang Qingfan, and Suhan could clearly see the situation of the purple sunstone in the mass of refined iron. Seeing that the mass of liquid was gradually shaping, its surface no longer flowing but gradually coagulating, they could not help but begin to tense up. Their palms and clothes were already wet with cold sweat, and they felt even more tired than when they were refining themselves. Xianxia gave his whole attention to the refining process. Soon, he took a deep breath and exhaled a mouthful of filthy air in his body, then shouted, "Condense!" Primordial chi burst forth from his hands as the frequency of his palms performing incantation gestures increased several times in an instant. Numerous hand seals seemed to be thrown out by him at the same time into the refined iron as the black mass of liquid began to spin rapidly in the air and gradually lengthened to form the appearance of a heavy sword. Ha! He let out a loud cry, pounding his 5 fingers like claws at the sword. Bam! The sword produced a rumbling noise as it was knocked flying out of the array and inserted slantingly on the wall with a clang. The mystic weapon was black like an iron bar, and it did not have sharp edges. Just when the three were startled, Xianxia moved again, striking his palms over and over again on the cauldron. Bam! 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 The sound of banging rang endlessly. Under the strong impacts, the cauldron began to shake and then tremble violently while the cover was constantly hitting the body, making a lot of noise. Bam! Finally, Xianxia thrust both palms together and slapped on the cauldron. With a loud rumble, the cover of the cauldron was instantly shattered and sent flying all over the place. A plume of dense smoke rose from the cauldron. The 3 men took a deep breath and immediately felt their minds become clear and refreshed. The fatigue caused by nervousness during the whole process of watching was swept away in an instant. Phew! Xianxia breathed a sigh of relief. He looked weary as if all his strength was exhausted, and his face was ghastly pale. Jiarong was the first to react. He hurried over and held Xianxia, then took out a pill bottle and passed to him. "Young Master Yun, slow down, slow down." Xianxia took the bottle and pulled out the stopper, then gave it a sniff before throwing it away over his shoulder. He frowned and said, "Is this something humans can eat? Soul-nourishing pills of this low purity is better to feed the animals with." Jiarong looked at the broken pills on the floor with a sad face, thinking of killing himself. A kind of second-grade medicine, These soul-nourishing pills were the alchemist's favorite treasure. He had paid a high price for them, each costing at least 1,000 gold coins. But Xianxia had thrown them away as rubbish. Master Xianxia, I have high-purity pills. Zhang Qingfan quickly dug out a lot of pills and handed them over with both hands. His humility was similar to that of those apprentice alchemists outside. Su Han also trotted over and quickly produced all the good stuff on him. I have something too. This is the boundless spirit fruit that can restore primordial qi, the flower of the thorn apple that can nourish the soul, and white crane magic pill that can make one get high. He began to recommend them one by one, as he worried that Xianxia would not give him face and refuse to eat his pills. White crane magic pill. Isn't this an aphrodisiac? Xianxia frowned and asked. Ah. Su Han paused, his old face flushed red. He said awkwardly, well, ahem. This is for old Zhang. Zhang Qingfan's face turned livid instantly as he shouted in a fit of rage. Su Han, you better make it clear to me. Which old Zhang are you referring to? I'll take this one, the rest are all rubbish. I'll recover faster with a few minutes of meditation than taking them. Under the stunned gaze of the three men, Xianxia picked up the magic pill, then threw it into his mouth and swallowed it. This? Jia Rong's forehead broke out in a cold sweat. Young Master Yun, what you just took is a second-grade aphrodisiac. Are you all right? Su Han's face fell as he said hastily, help Master Xianxia to my room quickly. Jia Rong, call all the waitresses in the association to my room and let Master Xianxia choose. Xiao's forehead was covered in cold sweat. This, maybe next time, let's leave the chance for the next time. I've just exhausted my energy and I'm a little weak. With his eyes widened, Jia Rong suddenly said, I get it. It turns out that young Master Yun has a different taste. I'll call all the waiters immediately. Xianxia gave him a hard slap on the head. A white crane magic pill is made of the crane snake grass, which is a third-grade supplement. The faint drug effect that fills one's mind with lustful desires is nothing to me. He took a deep breath and began rotating the one qi of destiny, absorbing the power in the pill. All three were in a cold sweat, but none dared to disturb him. Instead, they sat around him, recovering their strength while recalling the process of his refining. The impact of his refining on the three of them was undoubtedly subversive. They all seemed to be still in dreams, a little incredulous at what they had witnessed just now. Just like that, the whole refining room on the 5th floor of the association fell into silence, with only a faint fragrance that wafted out of the cauldron from time to time, and a black iron sword that was inserted slantingly in the wall, waiting for its master. Phew! After some time, Xianxia breathed out a long sigh, and his withered skin finally regained some luster. At last, he lamented. Only 1/3 of my soul power has been restored. This kind of refining takes too much energy. Zhang Qingfan and the other two opened their eyes at the same time. Young Master Yun, 1/3 of your soul power has been restored, Jia Rong said in horror. Yes, what's so strange about that? I only have the soul power of a first-tier alchemist, and it is normal to recover faster than you. But, don't you think it is too fast? My soul power is also at the first tier, but whenever I finish refining, it would take at least 7 days for me to fully recover. What kind of rubbish are you trying to compare with me? Xianxia gave Jia Rong a sharp stare, which scared the latter into bowing his head and not daring to speak a word. Zhang Qingfan and Su Han exchanged a glance with wry smiles on their faces. They dared not interrupt, lest Xianxia called them rubbish as well, which was no different from bringing shame on themselves. Just then, Xianxia suddenly gave Su Han a charming smile. Hee. President Su, the thing you said just now, about the arrangement of waitresses, we'll do it next time, all right? Don't forget. Su Han. Xianxia then stood up and walked to the wall before pulling out the black iron sword. The entire blade was completely black, without any luster or sharpness, making it look just like a big iron bar that was anything but outstanding. But by this time, Jia Rong had learned his lesson, so he did not dare to say anything and just stood behind Xianxia carefully while waiting on him. After glancing at the sword a few times, a smile came into his eyes as he said, Not bad. Just like I expected. Master Zhang, Master Su. What do you think? He held the sword before their eyes. Zhang Qingfan said hastily, Master Yunxiao, you can just call me by my name. I can't afford to be called Master by you. He reached out a hand and gently stroked the iron sword while slowly feeling it with his soul power. Su Han also began to look carefully at the sword. At first, his eyebrows furrowed, then gradually unfurled, and soon his eyes were filled with shock and surprise. Well? Yunxiao asked with a smile. Knowing that Yunxiao was testing them both, Zhang Qingfan did not dare to be careless. After pondering for a while, he said, Its rank is first grade, and its construction is perfect as if it was created by the heaven and earth. Moreover, there is a great energy flowing in it. I have never seen such a perfectly balanced mystic weapon. However, it is entirely made of refined iron in the origin state. Master Yunxiao, if I may ask, how do you unseal this sword? And what kind of form does it take after it is unsealed? Mystic weapons were a kind of weapon that contained great energy, and the refining process of alchemists could only simplify the path that led to the release state of the energy, which was the so-called unsealed state. However, Yunxiao's mystic weapon was already in the unsealed state. The three of them had never heard of such a thing as being able to directly refine an unsealed mystic weapon. In any case, in the last few hours, their previous knowledge had been completely overturned, so they were not so surprised by now. Yunxiao nodded and said, You are right. I have solidified this state of energy bursting during the refining process, so this sword cannot be unsealed again in battles. But, did you see the purple sunstone I added later? Purple sunstone? Su Han said thoughtfully, Isn't that the key raw material used to construct the gravity array? Yunxiao laughed. Yes, it's the gravity array. I have incorporated 2 gravity arrays into this unsealed mystic weapon. Watch carefully, unseal. As his voice faded, Zhang Qingfan and the other 2 suddenly felt a huge pulling force coming from the ground, freezing them in place and making it difficult for them to walk. Shocked, Su Han exclaimed, Tenfold gravitational force. That's right, tenfold gravitational force. I have just unsealed one of the gravity arrays, and the other one also contains a tenfold gravitational force. When activated together, they can generate a 100-fold gravitational force. It's a pity that the piece of purple sunstone is a little too small. Otherwise, I can fit another array in the sword to generate a 1,000-fold gravitational force. But if I did that, the sword would not be able to withstand the strong pulling force. I reckon it would self-destruct at the moment all 3 arrays are unsealed at the same time. 3 arrays, 3 unsealed states. All 3 of them were completely struck dumb as they stared at the colorless iron sword with blank minds. A mystic weapon could be unsealed 3 more times when it was in an unsealed state? What was this concept? Yunxiao had once again overturned their common sense. Master Yunxiao, Can you lend us this sword to study for a few days? Zhang Qingfan swallowed and asked gingerly. On the side, Su Han and Jia Rong's eyes shone with anticipation as well. Yunxiao twitched his mouth and said coldly, Humph! If I lend this sword to you 3 pieces of rubbish to study, what weapon will I use? Do you want me to use your crappy spring water? Zhang Qingfan and Su Han smiled bitterly. In the end, they were still rudely called rubbish by Yunxiao. But, when they reflected on what they had seen and learned in the past few hours, they could not help but admit they were indeed rubbish in the past. When he thought of his spring water now, Zhang Qingfan found it was indeed a crappy mystic weapon, and his face even flashed with shame. He wished he could get it back from Yunxiao and destroy it so that no one would know it was refined by him. Jiarong was relieved when he saw that the 2 third-tier alchemists were scolded as rubbish by Yunxiao and did not dare to say a word. He even vaguely felt that being scolded as rubbish by Yunxiao was an honor, a status, a state of happiness, which made his pride rise spontaneously. Yunxiao thought for a moment and then said, I mainly use this sword for cultivation, so that I can be under 10 or 100-fold gravitational force every day, and my strength can be improved by leaps and bounds. As the saying goes, real sword skill does not depend on the sharp sword edges, but on personal cultivation. Well, I will name this sword, Black Girl. When Xianxia said, real sword skill does not depend on the sharp sword edges, but on personal cultivation, the three of them vaguely felt that these words contained a trace of rules which moved their hearts and filled them with astonishment. But, when they heard the name he gave the sword, they all fainted immediately, wiping the cold sweat from his forehead. Jia Rong asked meekly, Young Master Yun, what does that sentence you said have to do with the name, Black Girl? There's nothing between them. I'm just saying it off the top of my head. The trio fainted again. After putting away Black Girl, Xianxia came over to the cauldron. Although several hours had passed, the aroma of the pills still greeted him, making him feel refreshed. Inside the cauldron, pills of 2 different colors rested in 2 distinct groups. There were 4 milky white origin-impacting pills, and 10 pale green detoxification pills, all of which were glittering and crystal clear. Flawless pills! Su-Han exclaimed, his eyeballs almost popping out. Jia Rong had seen Xianxia purify the finished pills directly, so he was already mentally prepared. Looking at the astonished appearance of the 2 masters, he suddenly felt a sense of superiority. He wished he could laugh and say, "Ha ha! These are the pills refined by my master. I'm so happy to be his servant." The origin-impacting pill was a kind of pill taken by apprentice warriors when they were attempting to break through into the origin realm, which could greatly increase the probability of breakthrough. However, each apprentice warrior could only take it once, and if the breakthrough failed, taking it again would have no more effect. Therefore, although there were many origin-impacting pills on the market, the price varied with quality. However, flawless pills like Xianxia's had never appeared. Zhang Qingfan and Su-Han were almost sure that any apprentice warrior who had opened all 7 chakras would definitely advance to the origin realm once he took this flawless pill, as long as he was not a dead pig. Well, thank you for letting me use the refining room. In return, I'll spend an hour answering your questions. If you have any doubts during normal times, you can ask me. Apart from alchemy and martial arts, I'm quite successful in the fields of music, array, painting, chess, and picking up girls. I can answer questions relating to these if you have any. Zhang Qingfan and Su-Han were overjoyed, but then they felt a little dizzy. They would not spend such precious time asking questions about picking up girls. In a hurry, they began to ask all the questions they encountered during normal times, and Xianxia began answering them all one by one. Although Zhang Qingfan and Su-Han were famous, their names were only heard in the state of Tianshui. Xianxia, on the other hand, was a world-famous 9th-tier sovereign alchemist in his previous life. The number of senior alchemists who gathered from all over the continent to learn from him or ask for advice was beyond imagination. Therefore, for him to answer their questions was as easily as teaching primary school students. Jia Rong did not ask any questions, but he learned more than he had ever known in his life. He tried his best to memorize all their questions and answers and prepared to write them down later, lest he forgot them. The more Zhang Qingfan and Su-Han asked, the more frightened and obsessed they became. Soon, an hour passed. Master Xianxia. Zhang Qingfan was now completely subdued, and his eyes were left with only the look of admiration and respect. He and Su-Han stood up together and bowed deeply. "Thank you for solving our doubts." Instead of avoiding them, Xianxia accepted the 2 men's bows calmly, and then turned to leave. His loud laughter came from a distance. "I'll go now, and I'll come back to teach you next time when I'm free. By the way, President Su, remember to help me arrange those waitresses next time. Don't forget." Su-Han. Looking at Xianxia's disappearing back, Zhang Qingfan stood up straight and breathed a deep sigh. "Old Su, what do you think of Master Xianxia?" A wry smile flashed through Su-Han's eyes as he said in a deep voice, "Unfathomable." Zhang Qingfan murmured, "Unfathomable. He's indeed unfathomable. More than a decade ago, I had the honor of asking Lord Yangdi some questions about alchemy. At that time, he gave me a feeling that is very similar to this Master Xianxia, really similar." Su-Han said doubtfully, "But he has already said that he is not Lord Yangdi's disciple. Alchemists attach the greatest importance to respecting teachers and morals. If Master Xianxia is indeed Lord Yangdi's disciple, he wouldn't deny it." Zhang Qingfan shook his head, his eyes flashing with horror. I believe he is not Lord Yongdi's disciple, because he gave me a feeling that is. His eyes lit up suddenly, more unfathomable than Lord Yongdi. After leaving the Alchemist Association, Yunxiao walked in the direction of Meng Wu's house. He had two purposes, one being delivering the pills to them. Secondly, after he had absorbed the poison in Meng Bai's body and completed the refining, he vaguely felt that his strength had improved a lot. So, he planned to find a place to cultivate in seclusion. Now that the academy was closed for the holidays, and the Li family was a place where he was apt to get into trouble, the suburb where Meng Wu and her brother lived was undoubtedly his best choice. When Yunxiao arrived at the suburb, he found Meng Wu's house empty. He waited for most of the day before seeing Meng Wu come back, still wearing the waitress's uniform. Young Master Yun, why are you here? Her face was happy, but saw Yunxiao's gloomy face in the next moment. So she asked cautiously, what's the matter? Yunxiao asked coldly, where is Meng Bai? Meng Wu answered nervously. As soon as he got well, he followed the uncle next door to dig in the mine. Sis, I'm back. Just then, Meng Bai ran in from the outside with a happy face. He was stunned for a moment when he saw Yunxiao, but then he excitedly poured out a lot of raw primordial stone ores from his storage bag and said, Master, sis, look, I dug so many raw ores today. Pa! Yunxiao slapped Meng Bai and sent him flying. Kneel!